So, can we shoot the picture in 30 days?
Absolutely not. Maybe. Let me look at the schedule.
Hank, what do you think?
Hank's not really a shooting schedule kind of guy.
Silence, agent!
Yeah, I mean, just Luke Ford and the dangers of E-personality. And he's an introvert, incel or whatever. And when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process. What's the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates?
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of America! President Camacho! Shut up! Sit your monkey ass down.
Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. I'm joined this evening for what is sure to be an interesting show as Doooovid and I prepare for our visit with the boys from Jerusalem with Root and Branch tomorrow for a chat about reincarnation. I'll hand the floor over to Doooovid for the introduction. Thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Oh, great. Yeah, welcome, Jennifer. So just sharing this on Facebook, and a pretty exciting week. So a lot of various things happening we're going to talk about. Tomorrow is our program in Jerusalem with Root and Branch, where me and Jennifer are going to be presenting on reincarnation, the hard problem of consciousness. Looking forward to that greatly. We're going to be talking quite a bit, prep, and we worked together with them all week. We did 2 shows with them, and we'll talk about that. This Reverend David William Perry from London, the founder of the Extremist Club, where Claire Caw has been a speaker. And I even asked him about Claire Caw, and he defended her and said that she was treated unfairly. So we'll talk about some interesting karma. This Harvard doctor who's doing research into the genetics of autism is a fascinating lecturer. A woman from Israel, a high IQ woman that ended up in Harvard and doing cutting edge research and MIT into autism. So me and Jennifer hosted those lectures, and Jennifer's actually doing the tech for that. So we'll be talking about a lot that quite a bit, and presumably you'll be seeing a lot more of that. Me and Jennifer are probably going to be working together with Root and Branch for the foreseeable future, likely the next few months, but we'll see and talk about that more. Charles Moskowitz is now live Monday to Friday, 12 to 2. I'm doing with them Thursday, officially like 1 to 2. This week I joined him a little earlier. I might join him more often. Like if Chuck is live every day, 12 till 2, and he's got viewers and calls, I could see myself joining him, with a few more hours a week if he wanted. And so I think that's good. I think it's building up. And, so we'll talk about that. Obviously, Washington, President Trump, the Twitter ban, social media purge. This guy, Alex Jones, the QAnon priest that was interviewed on Alex Jones and said that the reason he invaded the Capitol was because he was being persecuted for his beliefs in quantum mind and reincarnation. So it was a interesting comment.
I don't think he used those exact words. I don't think it was exactly that. It was something like about physics. It was more vague than that, but thanks for the shout out.
But he does give a list of grievances, and that's like basically the first thing he mentions in his list of grievances. I don't know if it's worth trying to play the clip, but if anyone listened to that, it is interesting that is what he says. And obviously Alex Jones didn't ask him about that. And this guy QAnon, if like anyone knows, bring him on, we'll talk to him. I mean, as long like if he's not arrested or it's not illegal or something like that's interesting. Maybe he knows Church of Entropy or he is from Arizona. Maybe he even knows Hamarov, or like some. So that would be interesting to look more about. And we'll talk about what's going on in the karma and the possible fallout of American society. Luke Ford, I'm not sure if I think I popped on Luke Ford this week, but I'm not even sure. It looks like his numbers are up a little bit, and I've been doing pretty good in chess this week. And research, like I feel like I've overcame a few hurdles mentally, and I'm pounding through and understanding certain complicated concepts that have been holding me back. And so maybe we'll talk about that more. I have a Hebrew chant prepared for tonight that I'm going to sing. And so if Jennifer wants to add anything, she's welcome to do her week in review before or after I do the chant.
Do you want me to put the words to the... I'll let you go with the chant first, but do you want me to put the words up on the screen? Because I noticed you sent me a link for it.
Yeah, I guess if you do that, and then I'll tell you where to scroll down, because there's a bunch of stanzas, and I'm going to sing... I guess if you open it up at the beginning, and then I'll translate the refrain, and then we'll go down about 7 stanzas, and I'll sing one of the stanzas. But so if you get to the first verse, this comes from the famous Abraham Ibn Ezra, who was 800 years ago in France, Spain, kind of a Jewish Renaissance man in the golden era of Spanish Jewry. That he was, like a poet, a grammarian, a banker, a rabbi. He wrote tons of volumes, and his commentaries on Moses are basically enshrined in modern day Orthodox Judaism. That he also is a little bit of a halachicist, but this is a famous Friday night song for Sabbath, and it's Samu Nafshi Leilakim the El Chai Libi Usori Rani the El Chai. Samu literally means Nafshi, my soul thirst. The Elohim, the Kel Kai, to the God, the God of life. Libi Usori, Libi my heart, Ubasori in my flesh. Uranani the El Chai is here it is, and I guess, happy to the living God, or exalted in kind of like a singing way. So
Sorry, I'm not sure I'm following. I'm at my heart and flesh. They sing to you. I'm at the very start. I feel like I'm in the wrong place. Sorry.
no, you were at the right place. The first stanza.
Okay.
So this is a Friday. So if you have it at the top of the very first stanza, that's what I was doing. So I'll chant that one real quick, and then I'll have you go down to a different stanza. And I guess if you don't have it right, it's not a big deal. But yeah, I guess it'd be better if the proper Hebrew, and then you could see kind of the power of the mantra itself. So there's hundreds of different tunes to this. Some of them are kind of like long and not really melodic, and some of them are very melodic. I went to a few places where they sang this every week, and I'm going to sing a tune that they sang in Krechnov. And Krechnov, the Krechnov Rebbe himself, chanted call and response the seventh stanza, and I think it has somewhat to do possibly with reincarnation. That's why I'm chanting it. So the first one, this is just like a common libi libi isori libi libi isori yerananu lelchai, and just like my heart and my flesh is excited to the living God. And there were kind of a lot of these like unmelodic. I think where I went, they used to chant all the time, and it was just like Tamanapshi Lilkim Lilchai Libu Sori Ranu Lilchai. It was kind of it's probably a historic chant that wasn't as melodic or like aesthetically pleasing as some of the other tune, but possibly in the spirit of the words. And the whole poem is basically the condition of the material flesh preventing the pure desire of the heart to serve God. That that the will is strong to do. I guess there's a Christian expression, something about the will is strong, but the flesh is weak, or something like that. But similar concept that goes throughout the poem. So if you could scroll down to I think it's the seventh stanza. In English, it will be the one that starts near God to be we yearn.
Got it.
So when the song is usually sung, there's the chorus, so to say, the Tsamanapshi Lelakim Lelkai, Libi Sori Ranu Kai. And so the Krechnoffer Rebbe used to sing himself this refrain, this this mantra himself, like the whole congregation would sing. And when I got to this stanza, the Krechnoffer Rebbe himself would chant this, loose translation here: near God to be we yearn, from wicked ways we turn, before bodies to dust return, and souls to source of life. Here you have base nesogim im avi, which is like with our Father. I mean God, like nesogim here, kind of like near with God. Medarkim shovi, from the ways of the wicked. Terem yishkavi, Terem would be dust, and I guess Yishkavi would be return. Base Moed here is usually like the house of festival, but probably refers to the graveyard. In general, Jews, Orthodox Jews, or the religious texts refer to the graveyard as the Beis Chaim, the house of life. So the irony that so I'm singing this specifically because of reincarnation, and we're going to be talking about tomorrow. But so that in the Judeo system, even the graveyard is referred to as the Beis Chaim, the house of life. So, but here, Beis Moed, the house of festival, the Kol Chai, the source of life. And the Krechnoffer Rebbe used to even like jump up and down. He was an old man at that time, passed away. He was like 80 when I first got to Jerusalem. But this was famous. You went to Jerusalem and you would go chant with the Krechnoffer Rebbe, and he would chant this mantra. Nesoigi mimavi, midarchem shavi, terenishkavavi, beis moyed l'chol chai. And then to go back to the chorus, Tam napsi lalakim lelchai, libi sori raninu lelchai. So interesting verse, and because we're going to be talking about reincarnation, I don't know if you want to go straight into that, but I'll just mention from the scholarly opinion is that Judaism didn't have a strong belief in the afterlife until after Christianity came along and adapted it from that period, and reincarnation became adapted into Judaism around the 12th century. And like Christopher Van Jerknes says, is that the basis for the Judeo reincarnation system is basically Platonic Pythagorean, and that Jewish scholars probably had learned the Platonic literature and reincorporated it into Judaism. However, what is likely probably Jewish in origin, although it's also disputed among so to say secular scholars, is the spheros in world, the basic concept of the Kabbalistic system that God operates through 4 series of worlds and 10 emanations. So that is largely uniquely Jewish, and the basis of Kabbalah, although the understanding of reincarnation within the Judeo system is hinted to in many places. So in about the 12th, 13th century, you start having books that were published straight up reincarnation. And you also mentioned it could be it was forbidden, that the reincarnation wasn't mentioned because it was forbidden, and due to the Catholic Church. So even if rabbis did believe in reincarnation, they may not have written about it. And actually, Maimonides himself rejects reincarnation. And, so Maimonides argues in a Greek way for the immortality of the soul and in kind of like a spiritual role. And I'll talk about that in the Ask the Rabbi stream. But in Saudi Gaon, in the last period in Babylon post the Talmud, actually makes arguments against reincarnation. And the Karaites, like Aaron Amihud, were generally heretical because they didn't accept the rabbinic, the Talmud, just the text. But the Karaites also believed in reincarnation. So Saudi Gaon, as the general leader of Pharisaic Judaism, the heir to the Talmud, the leader of Judaism after the period of the rabbis, the Talmud is closed, openly argues against reincarnation. To the period now where I would say probably 80+% of Jewish sages agree with reincarnation. Kabbalistically, reincarnation is one of the basic cornerstones that I'll talk about tomorrow when I talk about my experience in Jerusalem, and say the belief in reincarnation is extremely widely held. It's in the text. A lot of the rabbis that I talked to when I was in Jerusalem talked to me about reincarnation, and in Brooklyn, and even belief in reincarnation and knowing who you're reincarnated from is common superstition among Haredi, among Orthodox Jews, and among Haredi Jews, maybe even commonplace, that not only people believe in reincarnation, they might even believe in the wisdom of figuring out what that is. But it's within a greater belief system, and the Kabbalah has an interesting, like, there's Jewish texts that hint to it, and it's interesting. It's the Levirate marriage laws of what's called Yibam, where like a brother marries and his wife, and he dies before he has a child, that his wife is supposed to marry his younger brother. And the text says something about reincarnation. I mean, it doesn't use the exact words, but the implication is because the soul of the dead brother will be reincarnated as the son of his wife and his younger brother. And interesting, the laws of conversions and half Jews are in the Talmudic text about Levirate marriages. And so it's possible that the sages, the Kabbalists, would say Jews always believed in reincarnation. It was just because of the censors, or they didn't release this knowledge to the general public. It had only started becoming released to the general public about 1,000 years ago. And what the Zohar, which came into the 12th century, but its text going back like 1,000 years, takes the Torah, the words of Moses, and creates a lexicon of certain phrases that are found all over the Torah and the prophets and the Talmud, and says that these phrases refer to reincarnation. They're regular words that probably historically, from a scholarly point of view, didn't really mean reincarnation. But then the Kabbalists came around and created a whole new lexical understanding of the Talmud and the Torah. And these are like common Hebrew expressions like Lador Vidor, generation to generation, Yibam, Oilam Haba, the world to come. And these words ended up taking on mystical meanings. And if you're a believer in Judaism, it's like, well, of course, there's multiple meanings to the Torah. And so from a practical purpose, reincarnation is really unimportant to Judaism. It's not an integral part of Judaism, because Judaism is more a religion about correct practice than correct belief. And even correct belief doesn't mean like correct belief of knowing about these things like reincarnation. But at the same time, the Kabbalah and the deeper understanding of what's really going on with the world, how does God run the world, reincarnation at this point is generally seen as one of the pillars and probably one of the prime secrets, so to say, of Kabbalah. But there is, Kabbalah does explain a lot more than reincarnation, and there's a language that maybe the probably not tomorrow, or maybe not even that much more tonight, that the Kabbalah lays out an exact system of a purposeful transmigration that the Tikkun Olam, repair the world, that each migration a person has certain corrections to their soul, and till an ultimate outcome of the complete perfection, and like Messiah, and repair the world. So the transmigration system laid out by the Kabbalist goes together with a system that's designed to be perfected and lead to this messianic era. And then there's different systems, like the original Arizal's system generally has 3 transmigrations, and the idea is that a person has to go through 3 transmigrations to reach perfection. And the number was generally in the beginning quite low, where a few, possible 10, and to a more likely now where you might have modern day Kabbalists who say, well, obviously the soul is constantly being transmigrated. That to say like a soul is going to have 3 migrations between the creation of the world and Messiah, then you have the problem, so to say, well, what happens to the soul during those other times? If there's 6,000 years and it's going to be 3 times or 10 times, that's only like a few hundred years, a few thousand years. Where's the soul the rest of the time? And then you need to come on to a dualistic system. So I knew about this. I had read the Kabbalistic literature, and honestly, I didn't care that much about reincarnation, and I wasn't skeptical, so to say. My heart said, yeah, I kind of agree with reincarnation, but you can't really know. And reincarnation is probably hypothetically, theoretically, theologically true, but that's really all I know. I don't know what's going to happen to me after I die, and I don't know what the origin of my soul is before I was born, and not even the sages could really know that. Although in Israel there's a lot of Kabbalists who do claim to know that, and there's a lot of books in Hebrew written by famous rabbis that say that you can figure that out. So I had perused that literature, but that wasn't really one of my main interests until Jennifer found me on the Babscast, and she didn't really find me. She it was on the Babscast and talking, and she was mentioning her ideas, and she's like reincarnation, and so that was really the first time I'd really thought about it. It's like, yeah, like of course I believe in reincarnation. Like I'm a Jew. I studied the Kabbalah. Like that's one of the main principles. And I knew some of the basic technical stuff of some of the literature that I had read. And I'd experienced living in Brooklyn and Jerusalem to know how common the belief in reincarnation, even conversations pretty regularly with just random people about it, where like in synagogue, like every few days or something, it's likely to come up with some random person that somehow you're just going to start talking about reincarnation, or just phrases that people use who are believers and superstitious that would mention reincarnation regularly, to explain things to very religious people who, once you get to know them, will even claim that like their personality is defined because they know who they're being reincarnated from, and generally it's from the sages. So the people who believe that usually have a form of grandizing themselves by being a reincarnation of a famous sage. And the literature actually has a very technical explanation for the stuff, and it's quite scientific, axiomatic, meaning that the Kabbalah of the Arizal and reincarnation is very axiomatic, that it lays out the axiom of how it works. And I'll finish with the this explanation. There's more we could talk about more. If there, Hebrew they call it the Shorish Neshama, which means Shorish is like the source, and Neshama is of the soul. And really, there's different levels of the soul, and it's the tripartite soul that was used in Gnosticism, and most scholars are just like the Kabbalists blatantly took this from the Platonists. However, it's the tripartite soul under the template of the 10 emanations in the 4 worlds. And a Shorish Neshama, like the signature of the soul, is a combination of these emanations and worlds, and kind of like an astrological way, where these certain emanations are more dominant in different people. And so like a reincarnation, like according to the Kabbalist, like the personality or what gets reincarnated of the person is this variety combination of the different emanations within the different worlds that creates a unique signature for that person that's identifiable from one incarnation to the next. And that could change, and it's related to the idea of repair the world, that now is like social justice. But Kabbalistically, the essential idea of repair the world is this process of transmigration of souls, and each carnation, a person having a specific task related to this shattering of the vessels, that Kabbalistically from their Rizal, that the original way God wanted to create the world was with the 10 emanations separate, and that it didn't work, and the vessel shattered, and it had to be recreated with the 10 emanations intermixed and intercontained within each other. And so people who like Jennifer, like quantum physics and all that, there's a lot of stuff with Kabbalist in physics, like Roger Perlman. But so Kabbalistically, there's kind
I
of
thought
like
he
that.
said he wasn't he wasn't familiar with the Kabbalist teachings.
Yeah, so he wasn't even that familiar with this stuff, but so I was surprised he was saying all that stuff and he wasn't even familiar with this stuff. But I mean, because it's pretty esoteric, and most educated people like Roger would not be superstitious like that. So just finish the point of this concept that there was an original way that God intended to make the world, and it shattered, and then there was a second way that the world was made, and sometimes that could be looked at as like before the sin of the Garden of Eden, or after, or different ways like the Big Bang. But that's not the point to go too much into that. But a person's purpose in life, I think they're called nitzotzot in Hebrew, is like these sparks, is that there's a few sparks over the period of your lifetime that need to be redeemed, and that's a person's tikkun, and that's the essential reason why the soul was put into that body for that lifetime. And so Kabbalists will claim to know, what's your tikkun, or guide a person to say what was I put here for, and then the claim will be that there's some sort of divine mission, the collection of these sparks, that once all the sparks are collected, Messiah will come, and there'll be resurrection of the dead, and that's the special mission of the Jewish people, is to go around the world collecting these sparks. And so this is the basic theology of the Arizal's Kabbalah, but the system of the way the Arizal lays out the whole creation of the universe, the purpose of the creation, the first creation with the shattering of the vessels to create these sparks that need to be collected, and this purpose that that's what we're here for, to do this correcting, includes the fundamental axiom that there's a transmigration of souls, and it's not just like one lifetime, but it takes a period of thousands of years. In terms of the general Kabbalists, they believe it was going to only be 7,000 years, of which we're on 5,788, I think, 82. So transmigration of souls is one of the fundamental principles of Kabbalah, and any Jewish understanding of, like, why did God create the world? What does God want from us? Why is there evil? And so today, if you ask any Kabbalist, there's almost none that reject reincarnation, and almost all of them will use reincarnation as a fundamental principle of our theology, despite the scholars almost universally saying that in the ancient period that wasn't the case. And added to that, saying in the more orthodox places, more superstitious people, reincarnation is a fundamental part of why we do things on a daily basis. And it was mentioned, autism, the belief that certain people with special needs are the reincarnation of great souls, or certain customs or rituals that have reincarnation as a fundamental explanation or understanding of why we do it, to the dealings where how people understand why we act the way we act, why we associate with the way we associate, how we associate with the world, and looking at things as a longer historical understanding that there's the Jewish people, and there's a template, like a Masonic template of degrees. However, the Kabbalistic template is the biblical template. So the important characters in every generation are the biblical characters. So the important players in every generation are the reincarnations of the biblical characters. And if you're in the Orthodox, Kabbalistic believing society, they might claim to have these people identified, or to explain to a person like who you should marry, or where you should live, what type of job you might get. That a person who's superstitious would consult people that are experts in these things, and anyone who lives in like a Hasidic place or Jerusalem knows that there's Kabbalists all over the place, and a lot of them are kind of like fraudulent and charge money and like write out amulets, and might even have dealings with police, might even try to kill people and get away with it. And so there's a nature of being skeptical towards the Kabbalists, but saying the school that it is a fundamental part of our theology, even if you can't figure it out. I would say is almost universal in believing Judaism.
Yeah, it's kind of an epic narrative, isn't it? Each lifetime, all the heroes and villains from history are sprung right back to life to duke it out again, and half the battle is just remembering who you were and what that means.
Yeah, so from a Kabbalistic, reincarnation is that fundamental. You can't understand what's going on without reincarnation. So when I was in Jerusalem and I was looking at the Kabbalistic literature, I really didn't like the reincarnation part, honestly. I was 18, 19, 20, and
yeah, it's like, who wants to be a teenager twice, right? It's probably worst time of life. Those awkward years when you're a teenager and you don't have any of that confidence that comes along with being an adult or any of the carefree liberties of being a child, kind of purgatory, and then to be slapped in the face with the inevitability of having to go through it all again. Yeah, it must have been dreadful.
But it made sense, like you were saying, like the Vedas, the greater cosmological battle, where what's being told to you in Scripture comes alive because it happens every generation. And saying it literally happens every generation because the source of our souls are reincarnations from these characters, and so, from the Vedas would be basically a similar belief system. So that like that fundamentally made sense, and the majority of the sages beyond that say that's really all you know. Like it's part of our theology, but like you can't really know, and it's not important, and you really even shouldn't even ask. But at the same time, that belief that like the real sages knew the secret of this stuff and openly wrote about it. And so the big names in Judaism that like all the religious Jews follow, they wrote on this topic, and they said it was like like the Sod, the secret of secrets of secrets. And so all Jews from any stripes know that the authors of the books that we follow to be authoritative on Judaism in the last like 500 years, like all say that reincarnation is the secret of Kabbalah. Besides that, but even Chabad Judaism, like Adam Green, Chabad, what they do is almost completely neutral on reincarnation. Like your average Chabad person probably believes in reincarnation. There's a little stuff about the literature, but it's in like Hasidus and Chabad and everything they do. From a practical is almost neutral on reincarnation. So thinking about that reincarnation is a fundamental belief of Jewish theology. That if you ask any Chabad rabbi, they would tell you that. But the practically what Chabad does is completely neutral, has nothing to do with reincarnation. But if you have a Jew that is coming and saying like you're a Jew and you don't know your identity, and we're going to train you up in your own religion so you could do the practices that you are meant to do, and it's going to have a positive effect on you, that what most Chabad rabbis probably aren't into they think that they could determine the transmigration of a person's soul, but the general belief system of like who this person is, why are we here, what's the purpose of like this Jew being scattered to the far corners of the world, and then these rabbis going to the far corners of the world to get them to return to the ways of Moses or something. They all know that general picture of what they're doing is based on a conception of reincarnation. And concept.
You could argue like that it's not something you can forget because everyone's gone through it. It's just that it was scary, so people tend to forget it, because like when you get super scared, it is possible to suffer memory loss. So I think it's more of an inner struggle, like people struggling with their own fear of death and what that means.
I'll show you the statistics, and we'll talk
I guess
about.
one thing I wanted to add was that like a lot of people are kind of almost getting, I don't want to say like pill pullish, but they're becoming very dishonest around reincarnation. That they're claiming that they believe in it, but really what they believe in is either revival, when you are brought up from the grave to be judged at the end of days, that, or reincarnating into heaven. Yeah, that's not reincarnation. That's you lying about your religion. So not talking about you, Doovid, I'm just saying, I see you people, and reincarnation happens to everybody. You can't dodge it. The more you try to fight against it, the worse the backlash is going to be.
Well,
So,
most
telling you
Jews
this
in
as a friend.
reality, Jews in reality have a dualistic system of a netherworld for souls and reincarnation going on at the same time. That as I said, the Arizal's Kabbalah says that a soul generally only reincarnates 3 times, and over a 6,000 year proposed period, that means the majority of the time it's somewhere else. And so even the literature of the Kabbalists that relatively intricately explain reincarnation, even the Zohar, and they even give lists of famous personalities of biblical characters and sages, and say, straight out that this person is the reincarnation of this person is the reincarnation of this person. Just like in the Vedas, it's a very common thing of later sages to clarify, who was a reincarnation of who, almost under some sort of divine authority. But most Jewish systems hold that there's also a realm of, like, the heavens where the souls go that is non-material, and most Jewish Kabbalists will not even propose to say what happens there. So, beyond the concept of transmigration of souls, and most Jews do also believe that there is some heavenly realm where souls go in a non-material place, and most Kabbalists don't even go so far to even propose what goes on there, or even the Kabbalists will say it's forbidden to ask questions, beyond a certain point.
Well, who wants to be put on the spot to answer questions they can't give satisfactory answers to? It's not like you can just look it up somewhere and have the answer. So, I mean, you'd literally have to prove it using physics, and you'd literally need to reinvent physics to be able to prove it using physics, unless you want to go with straight up conservation of energy, which is tautological. It's true, but it doesn't really give you any information.
The Kabbalist basic axiom is that the truth of the spiritual realm cannot be contained in the material realm. It cannot be understood in the material realm. And you're not saying, like, it's forbidden to ask, but don't waste the time, because and even the concept like death will set us free, or righteous people look forward to our death, is that the axiom is that there is no way, as long as the soul is trapped in the material body, to answer these questions. And when the soul no longer resides in the material body, the answer to these questions will likely be very forthcoming, especially to sages. So sages, just recognize that as long as their soul's trapped in this material body, they're not going to waste any time or effort on something like that that's unattainable. And the Hindus and the Vedas don't agree with the Kabbalists in many cases on this. And there are a few Kabbalists that you maybe say a little bit more than the average Kabbalist. But yeah, a lot of the Hindus have a more drawn out system of the heavenly realms and the interconnection, and claim that you could have understandings of the heavenly realm even in the soul, while the soul's so to say confined or attached to a specific material body.
Yeah, there's sort of like a plurality of beliefs, and they kind of get, I don't want to say stuck in the analyticals of the various realms, but it does sort of sound like that at times. Like, even if you read Prabhupada's intro, I remember it struck me when I was given one of those Gita books back in the day, that it said, well, this is the only way to really get liberation, is through chanting Krishna's name repeatedly, and it's a better form of enlightenment than everybody else. And I remember thinking, like, oh, like, who's gonna buy that? It's such a big claim. It's like, yeah, just saying one name, that's the answer. Trust the plan. It's I think it's hard to, like, explain this stuff without going into superstitious rabbit holes, because the answers are all physics, and theological people are not really trained in physics. Like, I think there is some degree of argumentation and logic and stuff like that used in religious arguing, but physics is not quite the same, because
So I mentioned that even Ezra,
to stand up to reality.
Yeah, even Ezra, who I chanted the mantra from 800 years ago, was also a famous astrologer and astronomer. I think he even has a crater on the moon named after him, and made a few astronomical discoveries that are still credited to him this day. And but was basically an astronomer at that point, was combined with astrology. And these days, that's relatively pretty rare. But even in the Jewish world, in the Middle Ages and in the Talmudic times, that was possibly common and theoretically expected. And
I
certainly in
think
the
they say the
Vedas
same
also.
thing about Christianity, don't they? I mean, wasn't reincarnation part of Christian doctrine until at some point there was like a kibosh placed on it by the church?
It's disputed,
Is
but
it? I thought it was right at the beginning. Basically, everybody believed in it, and
no,
that other
no. I
stuff
mean,
didn't come along till later.
you could say majority of the elders of the church elders, not necessarily a vast majority, maybe 2/3, likely believed in reincarnation, and but the scholarly evidence is that it's Greek origin. We know the Greeks had a system of reincarnation in literature going back to 600 BC, and it was back in Plato, going back 300 BC, has already whole books, like Platonius, that he changed it. I think he's back on YouTube doing educational videos. He even got like patrons now
You
doing
mean
like pure
Plotinus?
Plotinus. Yeah, I mean, but
The guy that what's his name was talking about with his kook theory?
what Luke
Churches?
Ford, the Luke Ford guest, that content watcher changed his name a bunch of him, so he's back on YouTube now doing educational content. But Plotinus was before Plato and had a system of reincarnation in the demiurge, and there's a ton of literature that the ancient Greeks had written on reincarnation. It's in existence till today. And the reincarnation laid out in the church fathers is almost universally the reincarnation system of the Greeks. There's like no evidence that the church fathers like invented their own. Like almost all the evidence is directly they just copied the Platonic system and incorporated it into Christianity. Origen is the first known big name to incorporate reincarnation into biblical understanding, where he explains the Bible by saying that characters in different books of the prophets are reincarnations of early characters to explain what's going on. And so Origen, as the church father, is the first known historical example to use reincarnation in biblical interpretation. But all the scholars basically agree that he took the Platonic system and just used it to interpret the Bible. Like Valentinian, other of the Gnostics aren't as thorough as Origen, but mention reincarnation topics, like to various degrees, not like Origen, where it's part of a consistent, coherent vision of the Bible, where every generation is the same characters playing, the same basic archetypes. That could even be a minority, like of the early church fathers, to the varying degrees that just mention the concept that reincarnation exists and plays a function in understanding the Bible, to the church degree that there is a line that will claim that possibly a few of the popes believed in reincarnation, but the majority of the popes did not believe in reincarnation. So you could get a Catholic to admit that of the popes, and I have this on my channel in my public study session, did agree to reincarnation, but that's about it. You would say the majority is supplication. You're saying that is it likely they believe in reincarnation? You could argue, but from their own literature and writings, what can you deduce? And it's limited. But there is a few popes that definitely did believe in reincarnation, and the Catholic Church in their canon, and the Council of Nicaea has their reasons and understandings, or dispensational understandings. But after the Council of Nicaea, generally reincarnation is held to be heretical. And it's interesting that E. Michael Jones, who said that Christianity is an amalgamation of Greek wisdom and the Hebrew Bible, however, rejects the Greek part about reincarnation. But whatever that case is, it becomes locked that Christianity rejects reincarnation, and to the Protestant Reformation. And Jennifer, if you want to load up some of those things, we could talk through some random interesting things. But one of them was just some statistics I found on reincarnation. Like in America, about 25% of people believe in reincarnation, and it's actually the smallest among Protestant evangelical Protestants, who only like 10% believe in reincarnation. And actually, African Americans, blacks, dark-skinned people believe in reincarnation in higher numbers than whites. And even though Catholicism has an official ban on the belief in reincarnation, Protestantism doesn't necessarily. That Catholics you believe in reincarnation at much higher amount than Protestants. But in America, it's at about a quarter, and generally that's considered Hinduism. That reincarnation, even from the Pew survey, is considered so foreign that believing in reincarnation basically makes someone a Hindu. And if you look at the fundamental tenets of like Hinduism, generally reincarnation is listed, and that's why we say, like, I argue with like Hare Krishnas or various peoples, like, you're a Hindu, and it's saying like, no, I'm not a Hindu. I mean, agree that Hindu is a pejorative, but it's saying you're a Hindu because Hinduism is a collection of beliefs and practice and sacred texts that define a geographic area, and one of that is the belief in reincarnation. And the assumption is that in India or that region, that like large amounts, like 70-80% of people believe in reincarnation. Even Indian Americans, Hindu Americans, 60-70% believe in reincarnation. That if for whatever reason anybody believes in reincarnation, you could almost just classify them as a Hindu. And from a classification standpoint in America, to some extent, that is how Greater America classifies it, that if you believe in reincarnation for whatever reason, you're basically a Hindu.
Yeah, I think that's probably correct. Just goes to show you how racist they are, doesn't it? And how ignorant and bigoted that they're willing to use such a slander term to refer to people.
Well, it's
really
just a way of forming patterns. It's a simple way of forming a pattern. I mean, to some extent, it makes sense. You say, like, yeah, like less than 1 out of 4 Christians believe in reincarnation, and like more than 3 out of 4, like Hindus, Buddhists believe in reincarnation. So it's a clear, definitive pattern: Hinduism, reincarnation; Christianity, no reincarnation. That you're going to be right the vast majority of the time. If that's generally the concept of racism, that racism is based on some pattern that might make you right the majority of the time.
I don't really think the word means anything. I was just being facetious, but it is pretty reductionist to make that claim. But it just sort of goes to show you just how atheistic these people are, because they don't really give a shit about religion. And that's basically my judgment, is if somebody doesn't believe in reincarnation, I consider them an atheist. Because if you don't believe in reincarnation, you don't really believe in anything. Your grip on causality is not strong.
If your grip on reality is that, yes, 8 out of 10 Americans think you're crazy if you talk about belief in reincarnation. They think like 0% chance that, like, you're just crazy. Why are you even talking about this?
Yeah, and their country's collapsing right now. So that's another example of karma, something that is also very, very real.
That could be, but I'm saying even in Europe, that in the greatness of Europe, that it was also consistent that the vast majority of the people completely discounted the possibility of reincarnation. That saying for the last 1,500 years of Europe, in all its ups and downs, reincarnation was always a vast minority, maybe even only a few percent, because it was.
Well, they were killing people for espousing reincarnation. So doesn't that mean a lot of people were believing in it? Because they make laws because people are breaking them, basically.
Well,
And
I'm
you're
saying the
saying that even
persecution
modern
worked.
Christians, half of them believe in reincarnation. So doesn't that mean that?
No, I mean, we
always did?
purposely. I said. I mean, a quarter. I mean, it's less than a quarter, but like, no, I mean, America, about 22% of Christians. And I gave you the link of the exact survey. And it's saying that it's, we know this data, it's factual in terms of, statistical methods. And, like if people deal with a lot of people, that like, just like the survey of anti-Semitism, the survey of reincarnation, the survey of beliefs, that average man on the street, that is pretty accurate. That most people would not take anything about reincarnation seriously, and if you discussed reincarnation seriously, would you probably laugh you off. And even in terms like, okay, Doovid's an engineer, Doovid's a University of Michigan alumni in good standing. Um, whatever, like me and Jennifer, might be opening up a computer business and various things that your average person, even though they know I have competence in what I do, if I told them about a strong belief in reincarnation, they might not trust me. They might not want me to be their doctor. They might not even want me to be their computer technician. That's a factual estimation of the status of reincarnation in America right now. And like, Jennifer, her karma that she has to add in, like, and therefore she could do that. I don't, Doovid doesn't need a therefore. And just stating that's the current state of karma.
Sure. I was just sort of pushing back on this idea that people didn't believe in reincarnation in Europe, and I think they did, but basically the Christian church killed it out of them. So if you get killed every time you profess reincarnation, you'll probably stop professing it.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that at all. I would say that, I mean,
well, it's already been established.
If you say that reincarnation is a natural thing to believe in, that people naturally tended towards it, but no, I mean, eventually it became censored, and the people who believed in it were ostracized to a certain point where you could label and catch anybody that espoused the idea and punish them, so that it's unlikely that there was more than a few percent of the population over thousands of years of Europe that believed in reincarnation. If you're talking about the natural inclination to know and understand something because it's true, that may be, but to have some systematized or even conversant, and if you're saying in Europe, if you're interpreting stories or rituals and saying they did things because they believed in reincarnation versus producing factual evidence, like literature or historical, evidence that despite the bans that people were talking and writing about reincarnation. And that's why I talk, it's like being academic, knowing what you're talking about, because like there either is or there isn't. You either know what you're talking about or you don't. And if you just say, I know because like I'm a Mayavadi and like I know everything, it's revealed to me because I am God. And it's saying like, well, it's either going to match the evidence and it's going to be like Trump. And you say, I won the election even though I didn't. And you're just saying my evidence is right, even though it doesn't match the evidence.
Okay.
And
yeah, so
that's what this first article.
Yeah, some people in the chat seem to be chipping in. Some people seem to believe in reincarnation, and some people don't. Half Coalition says that Judaism always strives to show history proceeding linearly, not cyclically. You think that's true? I mean, the 7,000 years, what's supposed to happen after 7,000 years?
The destruction of the material realm and the return to the spiritual realm, which generally even the Kabbalists, don't make too many proposals of what's going to be after that. Saying that we
so
can't,
even
the greatest of the sages and Kabbalists don't propose to know what's going to happen then.
But that's kind of a cycle, isn't it? If you're going back to where you came from?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Yeah, so
I mean, the Kabbalistic perspective would be your behavior is sinful by nature. Just that you could think that you might understand the answer to this question is only because you're a sinful, despicable person. I'm sorry.
Wow. Sounds like not something a very happy person would say.
Well, yeah, I'm saying because like you gotta sleep on the floors. You gotta give all your money away, and so when the people wanted to study Kabbalah, you had to reject generally the material world, and you had to humble yourself, and you had to, like I said the other weeks, you had to mortify your own flesh. You had to roll around naked in the snow. Some people, even in the olden days, like took lashes and put themselves in bags of needles, and saying like that's what you had to do to understand the Kabbalah. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai lived in a cave for 11 years. The Arizal fasted every week from Sabbath to Sabbath, 6 days for years, living in the wilderness, away from his family, only coming back for Sabbath. That was the people that revealed these Kabbalistic secrets. That if you think you know something, you don't. And if you still think you know something, it's because you have severe character problems. And this, like,
doesn't that apply to that statement, though?
No, because you have your accepted sages and saying like you ain't an accepted sage. The Arizal, like you go like to the pilgrimage site, and you say like no, you're a Mayavadi nobody. This person is a sage. You could go to their grave and see thousands of people praying there every day. You could see their book from hundreds of years ago that is revered and created movements around, and that's not you. And if you think that's you, you're crazy.
Okay.
So, like, and even Kabbalah in theory, it means received. It means it's a received wisdom. It has, like a sampradaya. Basically, it has a lineage going back to Moses, and it should be taken seriously. And from the certain level, it's very popular. But in religious circles, it's serious, and the way you prove your seriousness is austerity. And there is basically no other way. You could buy your way in, so to say. You could be like famous and leverage things and talk to Kabbalists where you can answer your questions because it's important for the state of the material realm. But in the schools that study it, it's austerity. And anybody that answers anything other than austerity has not been there and doesn't know what they're talking about. And so you get like a Hasidic level. There's some like you could know love of God and Bhakti yoga, and like the Baal Shem Tov and simple prayer and things like that. But even those people advertising Bhakti yoga and the love of God, when it comes to the answering those questions that they don't answer, they say like you don't need to know the answers to those questions. Love of God will be enough. We'll tell you that if you really want to know the answers to those questions, it takes austerity, and there is no other way.
Yeah, it sounds pretty familiar. Sounds just like my beliefs. Austerity's
Let's go even further.
necessary thing. Sort of a built into religion, I think. Because if people don't take it seriously, then they're not going to value it. They're not going to remember it. So the austerity is the way of proving that you're serious.
Yeah, even anyone who's even perused the literature knows that all these books open up that way. And generally, a person's supposed to have a more leaning for insult to praise. That the Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan collects from the introduction of the majority, and even points out the majority of Kabbalistic books say the requirement for studying Kabbalah is to be equal to insult and praise, and preferable to have a preference. If there's going to be a leaning, it should be a leaning towards insult, not praise. But that's the majority of Kabbalistic texts mention that in the introduction as a prerequisite just to understanding these things, that you have to be neutral towards insult and praise. So if you have any bias towards praise, you're simply not going to understand certain concepts, and that's laid out within the system. That as you understand the system, it makes sense that that it would be that way. That there's a personal transformation that needs to take place, and that's why I mentioned chunking theory. Like in your realm of quantum mind, that it actually makes sense with chunking theory.
How does it link to chunking exactly? Sorry, I missed that.
Well, I mean, the chunking theory is more advanced forms like template, that you need a framework to understand complex ideas.
Okay.
And the
To
way
chunk
to,
them out. Oh,
yeah, so but from the Kabbalistic system of being neutral towards praise or or insult, is that the bias towards enjoying praise is a block towards understanding the larger template. So why a person can't
okay.
understand karma is because their desire for praise creates a block in the template to for that information to be comprehended by them. So when the person humbles themselves through austerity, they are able to receive that wisdom, and it's part of the scientific process that the Kabbalists lay out, with the central principle.
I think you'd call that a technology. It may be scientific in certain ways, but what you're referring to is a technology. It's like an algorithm.
Is it scientific because it's purely based on axioms, and if you accept the axioms, everything it naturally follows from the axioms to the conclusions.
Isn't it more so based on dictums than axioms?
No, it's
For something to be based on axioms, everything's built up logically. Religion doesn't usually work that way.
Yeah, so religion works that way, but Kabbalah, in theory, is scientific like that. It's esoteric and it's a dualistic system, but Kabbalah is axiomatic, not dogmatic. And so you have narratives.
So what are the axioms
of Jewish Kabbalah?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're saying it's axiomatic, you have to be able to build the entire system from the axioms. I'm not sure that that's what you mean.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. I mean, you could give like a
so what are the axioms then?
Well, the four worlds, the 10 emanations, the shattering of the vessels, Tikkun, repair of the world, transmigration of souls. I mean, if you wanted to put pure,
those are all either templates or canons. None of those are axioms.
They're all axioms. I mean, you're meant to be a critic of the system, but it's laid out.
Want to say it's an axiom, and I'm going to tell you, no, that's not what an axiom is.
I mean, no one cares no one's asking for your opinion about Kabbalah. No, honestly, no.
Well, I would like to be able to understand.
No one. Yeah, I'd say, but you can't understand because you're not humble enough.
To describe it, I'd like to be able to call you out on it.
You're not going to correct Kabbalah. So no, you have to be humble. You have to sleep on floors and fast to understand Kabbalah. You don't have Doooovid explain you Kabbalah and then say what you agree with and what you don't agree with. And it's saying it's axiomatic.
It was a meta-analysis, God forbid. I was trying to ascertain whether it was axiomatic or not, and clearly it's not.
It is axiomatic.
An axiom means you can derive literally everything from those axioms with nothing else.
Yes, so Kabbalah, I mean, anyone who's ever read the Arizal, it's axiomatic. I mean, I'll show that when I do my stream. Yes, it's axiomatic. It might be in a certain way that Jennifer is going to, try to use her Western style logic to reject it. But it's axiomatic, and she could claim it's not or have her complaints, but that's basically a critique of Judaism or a critique
I don't
of
seem
the
to recall learning any of these logic techniques in the West.
They're wrong. So, I mean, she's welcome to disagree with the Kabbalists, but even her critique right there that's saying that Kabbalah is not axiomatic is basically a rejection of the Kabbalists.
I don't think so. It's a rejection of your characterization of it. It's a mere comment or question, rather, on your characterization, not anything one way or the other on Kabbalah itself.
And the Kabbalists are claiming that this is the axiom of how the material and spiritual operates. That's not an axiom and you could look at it like in a Euclidean way, and the scholars think that the Kabbalists basically copied the Greeks. The consensus opinion of heretical scholars is that the Kabbalah is in fact axiomatic, and it's a pure copy of the Greek, and it's saying the Greek system of transmigration was also axiomatic.
Yeah, but I can tell you what the axioms were for the Greek system. They had 5 elements, and those were axioms. well, more so definitions, but you can treat them like axioms. So I can point to those, and then I can say, well, any argument that gets made is starting from those axioms and then permuting through those axioms logically.
Yeah, so basically the axioms of the Kabbalistic system are the exact same of the Platonic system, and the terms are different, and the only difference is the template of the 4 worlds and 10 emanations. But besides that, the axioms are basically completely the same. You just substitute the Platonic forms for the 10 emanations and 10 and 4 worlds.
Well, thanks for clearing that up. I appreciate it.
But
Aiken
I'm
says
saying-
he's not sure if shattering, or he says he's looking forward to understanding why shattering the vessels is axiomatic. If it was axiomatic, then Luria would have had no work to do with the Zohar. I don't understand that. And
It's historical. Meaning there's 10 emanations, and that God first released the 10 emanations as separate emanations, and it shattered because they were separate, is, so to say, a postulate. The science of the system could you have Kabbalistic systems that don't include the shattering of the vessels, but that's the shattering of the vessels is more cosmological than axiomatic. The shattering of the vessels is not. I don't know if it properly call it an axiom or if that's a historical event in the cosmological understanding of. But meaning to say that Kabbalah proposes that there's a factual dualistic system for how the Creator created the world and runs the realm, and it's being given to humanity or the sages of people who are capable of understanding it, and it is factually the axioms of how the material and spiritual realm works. It's the mind of God. It's the rules that God used to create the world. If you don't accept that, you reject Kabbalah. I mean, you could look at Kabbalah theoretically or academically, but if you're looking at it as a true system, that's what it's proposing to be. It's proposing to be the factual way that the Creator created and runs the world. And it's revealed in Scripture. So Moses hid the secrets of Kabbalah in his Scripture, but the purpose of the world isn't that we understand how the world was created. The purpose of the world is that we follow Moses. So the secrets to how the world were created was hidden in the words of Moses, and later sages produced the wisdom in an axiomatic scientific way like the Greeks. But the true essence of the Kabbalah is saying in that way, like equations are true, like you say, like science and physics is true, Kabbalah is true, it's in the Scripture, and the sages laid out the system. But the truth of the Scripture is a higher level of truth than the truth of the system of axioms for how God creates the material, that runs the material spiritual realm. From a Kabbalistic Judaic system, yes, they're factual axioms of Kabbalah, and that's how God creates and runs the material and spiritual realm. However, the truth of the Torah and the wisdom of Moses is more powerful and meaningful than that. And it's supposed to be paradoxical, but saying that's dogmatic, and you can make your critiques on it, but it's saying
I don't think it's dogmatic, really, because what's in the Veda is mostly recitations, and then sometimes it's more important to focus on things like proving reincarnation than the specifics in the Veda, because people can't understand what they even mean, right? So
it's almost the exact same with the Vedas, that the original Vedas include stories and revelations and homeopathic remedies and prescriptions for rituals, and contained within that is all of the wisdom of the systematic understanding of how the material and spiritual realm operates, but it's not written like a manual. Later scholars, much later, like Patanjala, Shankaracharya, you're talking within the last 1500 years, started writing books that were systematic explanations in, so to say, axiomatic scientific way. And they all said that this wisdom was contained in the Vedas, and that God purposely, for the ultimate truth is the Vedas, and this systematic form that they're relating this information isn't the real essence of how God is expressing it, but for the benefit of readers and for people obtaining enlightenment, they wrote literature in a systematic method and form. And so that parallel between the Vedas and the Vedic sages who wrote systematic treatises on philosophy, the nature of the soul, yoga, and all these various things versus the nature of the scripture is the exact same.
Yeah, I think one way to look at it is that the sutras are shorthand, like things to help you. I think they're called mnemonic devices, things to help you remember more complex concepts, because it is largely conceptual. So it's not something that can be put into words, because everything is cycles, and words in art there's a linearity to writing. There's a start to finish. So it's always metaphorical in some sense. And even the latter day writings about reincarnation and stuff like that, they are sort of cagey in their descriptions. Like it's always this flowery language and these big metaphors, the ripples on a pond and so forth. I think it really loses a majority of the audience when they talk like that. But I guess that's just the nature of the beast.
Well, I mean, the Kabbalists have almost a mechanical explanation for the process. So to say, the purpose of this person's incarnation was to perfect, the emanation of kindness within endurance in the world of action. And that you'll say that was the purpose of the person brought in the world. If you want to understand the soul figure, why was the person brought there? Because there was a flaw in their soul in the emanation contained within the world, and there's infinite, so to say, regressions of interconnected emanations within emanations. But from the Kabbalistic perspective, it's a pure science where everything in the material realm has a key signature of some sort of pattern of emanation within the series of the progression within the four worlds. So within each world, going up through the four world, is a signature of a combination of the emanations and each of the four worlds. So the theory within a Judeo reincarnation system is that, like a shattering the vessel or previous sin or some greater reason that there is a defect in this specific realm, is what caused the person's soul to come down to the material realm. And that's what's referred to as Tikkun Olam, repair the world. And if you talk to a Kabbalist and they say, what's your Tikkun? They're telling you literally their perception from their understanding of the science of Kabbalah, why your soul was sent into the material realm, and what you need to accomplish in this lifetime to, so to say, fulfill the main part of your mission, so you could advance in your next incarnation to the next step and not have to be brought back to do the same task again.
So I just pulled up the 10 emanations on Wikipedia for those of you who are interested.
So we'll talk about this in Jerusalem, and saying Jennifer's understanding of, like, whether she's interested in the Kabbalah. You're saying, like, this is the Judeo system. We're going to be talking to Jerusalem. Jennifer's not going to be talking about the Kabbalah. I'm not going to be talking about the Kabbalah tomorrow either. I was mentioning that all of the Jewish sages, not all of them, the vast majority of the Jewish sages dedicate large amounts of literature and talk to this subject. And most people, there's not really institutes that study it. There's basically zero. I don't know of a single, like Jewish institute of the study of, Kabbalah or reincarnation studies. There might be some like neo movements that do some sort of meditation or take your money. But it's saying, no, if you're in Jerusalem, there's known people who are experts in this stuff, and they're largely live under severe austerity. And saying, if there's a Kabbalist, because you could find them every single morning praying at sunrise. And so if you're in Jerusalem, and there's, so to say, famous Kabbalists, they all have their prayers and they're chanting. And, that's why I mentioned the Kretschhofer Rebbe, saying like when he was around, anybody could have went Friday night to his gathering and chanted with them and waited in line to, shake his hand, get a blessing, and even possibly, spoke to him. That's how it works in Jerusalem. That's how it works in general holy places. And, holy people make themselves available. They have to have regular times. And, the wisdom is not theirs for their keeping. The wisdom is there to help people. And even saying the wisdom, so to say, that the righteous person fulfills, might in theory, has more sparks to collect. Your average person might, they have a few sparks to collect. The righteous person, and within the belief system that, that's the Judeo system of Kabbalah is actually substantially different. And it looks at a collective Jewish soul and like righteous people, and really it's kind of like Adam Green, where there's like a special, like non-Jews, and even like half Jews and converts, and it's pretty politically incorrect if you look at the Judeo system and the delineation of how they work it out. But just for a true understanding that generally there's considered a collective Jewish soul that's a unified thing, and people and Jews have an element of this collective Jewish soul, and then you have righteous people that even to say that gurus and followers, that actually the guru has the soul of their follower contained within them. And the Vedic system is also very similar. So if you're in a very Hasidic school or Orthodox school, the belief in these things are pretty general. And like, even like if you look at Chabad.com or something like that, they'll even tell you this stuff. Tell you like our soul is tied up in the Rebbe's soul and the soul of the Jewish people. And from a metaphysical level, you could understand the Kabbalah of a system and how it works and how it proclaims a dualistic system and all these various things. Over the last 50 years, there has been a collective of theoreticians on reincarnation. In the first article that goes over it, that have put together, so to say, the best practices and thoughts on reincarnation, because Kabbalah is a received system, and you're not allowed to argue with the sages. It's saying, and Jennifer's not allowed to argue with the sages, to a certain extent. Like I mean, you could disagree, but like to a certain extent, that's sacrilege. So this is the system, and I don't care your opinion on it, even if the system is wrong and you could factually prove it. Because it's a received wisdom and it's factual in the accept because it's authoritative. And, like a sampradaya or initiation is dependent upon accepting the wisdom of a certain line of sages versus a theoretical, like multiple truth hypothesis, where it'd be analyzing the totality of the axioms and the predictions of the system comparatively and understanding that, like, obviously, like I know what sacrilege is, and I know what's allowed in the seminary and what's not. But from the scientific perspective, you have to make certain, there's contradictions between science and religion. You have to make your best. That's why I have the multiple truth hypothesis, and we're doing our best to analyze. So reincarnation is something that's very widely believed through multiple systems, and there's even a lot of people who don't believe in any religion or tradition that believe in reincarnation. There's a lot of people who don't have any tradition at all, but believe in reincarnation because of phenomenal events, or because they just convinced that they know they're reincarnated. It's not related to some guru or wise person. They just, for whatever reason, believe that they're a reincarnation of a certain thing. There's a lot of phenomenon like that, and so there's been a lot of literature and thought and expertise on reincarnation. But because in the West, it's generally diminutive. So if you're an expert on reincarnation, you're generally considered a quack. And in the East, you could be an expert in reincarnation and be a respected religious leader, and even might be expected. And even in Judaism, there's no really respected experts in reincarnation. It's not how Judaism works. Like, Jews go to Kabbalists and people, but like in the mainstream, there's no like big name rabbis who talk about reincarnation, which is not something that mainstream big rabbis do ever, anywhere. But with that dynamic, it's interesting moving. So Jennifer's theory is coming at different levels. Connect it to Vedic received wisdom, where you're not allowed to argue with any of the various sages, and these things are axiomatic, even if there's contradictions with the scientific method, to the proposal of a purely scientific method that's based not on any received wisdom, but purely axioms and empirical study. And so that's what the multiple truth hypothesis is really for. Reincarnation is probably the most fundamental thing that necessitates the multiple truth hypothesis, because most systems are going to reject reincarnation as an axiom, and other systems are going to have reincarnation as one of the most fundamental axioms. Hence the need for the multiple truth hypothesis, or any synthesis of science and theology, where most science is just going to put the probability of reincarnation at 0, and a lot of spiritual systems are going to put reincarnation as one of the most fundamental, top 5 principles.
I don't think reincarnation is an axiom. It comes out of different axioms. It's just a consequence of conservation of energy, which comes out of physics axioms. So I don't think that Hinduism actually axiomatizes reincarnation. Axiomatizing reincarnation would be something that would only need to be done if people were extremely degenerate, which is why I do it now. Sorry?
That's the importance of the Western term, the axiom. Hinduism is a collection of common practices and beliefs of the geographic area of the Indian subcontinent, defined by a common corpus of scripture and beliefs, and reincarnation is an axiom of Hinduism. So you're saying Hinduism
I don't think so.
I mean, you're 100% incorrect. There's like Hinduism.
Well, where does it say that exactly?
Like Max Mueller,
karma is an axiom of Hinduism. Karma and reincarnation is a consequence of karma. So you don't need to axiomatize a consequence of another axiom.
Yeah, I'm saying. I mean, you're confusing terminology. Hinduism is the terminology that the outsiders gave to explain the common practices and beliefs of the people from that geographic region. And one of the axioms that they put of Hinduism is reincarnation. And that's a fact. If you look in the Oxford Dictionary under Hinduism, it will include reincarnation. It will include.
Well, this changes everything.
Well, you're purposely.
I think you're purposely not listening to my argument, though. Do you even remember?
No, because you're making
ignoring
an argument.
What I'm saying, and it's
because
clear
you're
that
making
I'm
an
right.
argument in what you're saying that's irrelevant, because you're saying that
I'm saying
Hinduism,
reincarnation is not axiomatic because karma is axiomatic, and reincarnation is a consequence of karma. That's what I'm saying. Axioms are one thing.
I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't change the fact that Hinduism, reincarnation, is an axiom of Hinduism. I understand what you're saying. So why that changes the fact that reincarnation is an axiom of Hinduism?
Because it's not, and nowhere does it.
So you're saying karma is an axiom of Hinduism, and
karma and dharma
and reincarnation could be derived from
karma.
Reincarnation. So you don't even need to mention reincarnation.
Well,
you could just mention karma.
That's how I was able. All I had to do was figure out the karma of physics, and then I knew I could prove reincarnation because it would be transcended through me knowing what its karma was. And for those of you who still don't know, karma just means causality, so cause and effect. So if you know what all the laws of physics are, then you can string them together to figure out what the mechanism of reincarnation is. That's what I'm saying. But
I mean, you're misunderstanding the point I'm making. The connotation of the word Hinduism implies that it's false, and implies that reincarnation is false, and it's one of these false axioms. So you're saying Hinduism is the way that the conquerors of the Indian subcontinent understood the beliefs and practices of the people that dwelled there, and Hinduism as the geographic moniker of the people who live there said one of the axioms of the people who live in this place is reincarnation.
Yeah, and then
And that's
proceeded to
to say,
kill them
in the
all
West-
for being idolaters.
As opposed to in the West, where reincarnation is rejected, and it's not one of the axioms of the West. At least in the post-Platonic era, where the people were, the Enlightenment era, where they were encyclopedia, where the term Hinduism, and that's why I said till today that even in Eastern Circle, like saying if you believe in reincarnation, you could be respected in Eastern circles. You can't be respected in Western circles. I mean, it's like telekinesis in general, even in university in the secular West, reincarnation will make you a quack. There is no way to be a respected person who promotes the theory of reincarnation in the West, unfortunately. And you could argue from obviously I believe reincarnation is true, so that's be an explanation for why that is, and saying that how could people be denying the reality, and saying if it's so obvious your average person should believe it even though they're not allowed to, which Jennifer, that's probably what she's saying, even in Europe where basically no one believed in reincarnation because it's true, most people believe in it anyways even though no one believed in it, and how these dynamics work, where what does it mean to believe in something that everybody knows it's false, is kind of like the soul, where everybody knows that scientifically we have no soul, that at the end of the day we have no soul and nothing happens after we die because because it was an illusion all along. And your average person intuitively understands that that's what society is saying currently here in America is the best understanding that we know. But at the same time, most people intuitively believe they have a soul, and just like consciousness, as I was saying, or free will and these concepts, scientifically, you should know that science is telling you that you don't have consciousness. It's an illusion. That you might have explanations or certain scientists, but if you read through and really examine their work, they're likely the consensus of the people that believe that they're going to solve the answer for how the brain produces consciousness is by telling us that it's an illusion or some form of that method. But your average person thinks they're conscious, and that's why I argued against JF in a Hindu way. Most Jews don't take that approach in their argument against evolution. I learned that from Hindus, but that even from the rabbi in Jerusalem, that Rabbi Bertrand I mentioned on Luke 4, the Maimonides class, saying how why do you believe this stuff? And the rabbi would say, just the fact that you're in front of me today is proof. And his perspective, he didn't mean the soul. He says the fact if the Bible wasn't true, why the hell would you be in Jerusalem now studying under me? Why would you think you're a Jew that would be returning to Israel to study this stuff? Just that alone is proof that this stuff is true. And that my Ramakrishna, the favorite story of Vivekananda, where he asked them, the idol, how do you know these idols are real? Or, how do you know God is real? And, or can you see God? And Ramakrishna tells Vivekananda, I see God more clearly than I see you. And so if you believe in reincarnation like that, it's an axiom, but from, it's like being a Jehovah's Witness or something, at the end of the day, people don't really like us. People don't really want us knocking on their door, warning about the end of times. So reincarnation, if you're in the West, that you're not going to get anywhere talking about reincarnation. You'll find occasional people like Doovid or Jennifer, or you could even, be in universities or have yoga centers in conferences, but no one anywhere in the West is going to take you seriously talking about reincarnation.
Well, I guess Western science is going to go down the shitter then, isn't it? Right? Karmically?
No, that's to me, it's almost irritating. Like Jennifer's got like some sort of bias that her karmatic system is you're wrong and you're going to be punished.
Well, yeah,
It's
you're
like,
mad because I'm throwing back in your face what you're doling out to me. It's like, if you don't like it, why are you doing it to me?
well, yeah, because they were saying, like, Jennifer, you don't respect the Jews enough, and you're going to be punished. You're not going to be rewarded. Like, saying, like, so it's a bias in the spiritual system that, like, I might prescribe or live my life according to. And you say a karmatic system that these people are wrong, and therefore there's an attached punishment to being wrong. And so saying within, like, a multiple truth hypothesis system, there's a bias that obviously going to lead to it in a systematic way. But from the axioms, like, no, not necessarily is there going to be a direct attached punishment to being wrong. That's not necessarily the way karma works. And then and then the obvious refutation to your argument is, then how did Europe sustain itself the last 1,500 years, or lead to being the all this powerful society that defeated India, if they're so staunchly against reincarnation? And then you had to come on, oh, that we really Europe believed in reincarnation, even though no one believed in
I'm
reincarnation.
not saying anything like that. I'm saying Europe. I mean, good doesn't always win, and Europeans had increasingly worse karma.
You're saying
the more
good, like,
Christian
or
they
that
became.
belief in reincarnation is the fundamental aspect of what makes a person good.
Well,
Like,
in this life, at this time, in this exact moment, I find that the bottleneck for getting any progress is reincarnation. If someone denies reincarnation, I know that there's no chance I'm really going to reach them, because they're not thinking about things on the level that they need to be. They haven't given their consciousness enough consideration. So,
yeah, but your
generally,
average
no, but
person,
in this case, yes.
your average person, what the hell
Or
does
like,
anybody need from you? No one needs to be reached from you. No one needs your help. Like, unless you're some sort of quack that believes in stupid shit, why the hell do you think that someone needs to be reached by you and helped by you?
because I just see how unhappy people are.
Yeah, but say, who the hell are you to help them? You're not going to help them. You're just some crazy, like, woman. And it's like, that's in the West.
Yeah.
Like, the
And
the
those
concept
who
is saying,
are,
like, you have a problem if you think you're going to help people. Like, you, like, back
I
off.
think I
I
already
don't want
have.
your help. Like, you're crazy if you think you know something that's going to help people.
But you're not.
Well, yeah, I think from a analyst perspective, it's like, no, I don't necessarily think that I have anything that could help. I accept that that no, I probably don't have anything that could really help anybody. That, like, no, like, if I reach people, it's not like, oh, if I could just reach them, I'm going to be able to help them. Like, no, I don't think that's the way karma works. Like, I might have a function, I might be able to use or have some wisdom I could pass on, but, like, no, I don't have some special ability to help people, or like, I don't need to reach people to
Okay, well, maybe
express
I'm
some
different
truth.
with you.
I don't have some special wisdom that's not
I do.
attainable and accessible to everybody else.
I do. And what I know is not
Well, you claim
accessible
you
to
do.
everybody. What I know is
Well,
not
I'm saying,
accessible to everybody, that's for sure. But yeah, I do have special knowledge, and people are free to accept it or reject it. And I don't even think I gave a commentary on Kabbalah other than to pry into your what I felt was a mischaracterization, but which you clarified. So, not really sure why you're so upset about all this exactly. I thought we
I'm
were
not
going to talk
I'm
about
just trying to
reincarnation.
express how unpopular these ideas are in America. And, like, I went to school in university
Yeah, I know.
and like, I
Horrible.
live in society. I walk around like a religious Jew, and like, I'm just making people aware of how unpopular these ideas are.
Yeah, I
Not because
completely
I
feel
think
you.
that way, because that's the typical response
No,
to,
yeah.
so, like, Jennifer out here, like, thinking like no, like, people are not going to think you're helping them. They're more likely to crucify you.
Well, they're probably gonna resent me to some extent. Um, and I have had a lot of people that really didn't like me before, but then I had some people that I got to see their lives get better by applying what I knew because they trusted me, and it's worth it for that purpose. And the people, I just can't even imagine, frankly, getting upset by what I'm saying. I've sterilized it. I'm trying to present it in a scientific way, and that's really it. And as
Well,
far
it's a
as
basic
religions are
dissonance.
concerned, I feel like every religion is sort of outside of the domain of what I'm doing right now, because people are different. Multiple people hypothesis. People understand the truth differently. It's not really my place to inject myself into their core religious beliefs, is it?
Well, it is, because the dissonance, where, I mean, reincarnation is going to hit at the distance. It was making the point that the vast majority of people in America flat out reject any
Oh, yeah.
possibility of reincarnation. And even if you mention it, they will never take you seriously again.
And I hope that they don't, because it's a punishment and a curse not to take me seriously. I
So you
it's
can
not
say,
like
why
threat
is
or
the
anything,
dissonance
but
set up in that way?
the people who can listen to me are very lucky if they hear what I say, because it does actually make life a lot easier when you can understand what's going on a deeper level where you feel more personally empowered. But in terms of that, yeah, that's why the conversations with me over my lifetime gradually got to that point of, do you accept reincarnation, or even do you accept that the mind is a quantum computer? That's like the two things that I ask people, that if they say no, or how they say no, tells me a lot about them. And then I just don't bring it up, because if they deny reincarnation, there's really no point in bringing it up. So I think that's kind of the more least harm way. If people are open to it, great. But I mean, I also don't really want to sit around being lectured by someone who knows nothing, in my opinion. I'm not talking about you here, but just generally in life. Like, there's a point where it's like, I don't want to be subjected to this other person's rantings of them trying to use me as a something to prop up their ego with.
Well, I mean, so
Not talking
even
general
when
comment.
just to say, like, like, okay, we're gonna be talking to Jerusalem tomorrow, and like the obvious question is, like, why am I streaming with this crazy woman? And I mean in the way that I'm saying that,
I don't think they're going to be thinking that exactly. I mean, what did Roseanne say on that show? That was pretty, I don't want to say crazy, but it was pretty out there, but it was still interesting.
Well, I'm saying the point is that they're not going to think you're crazy. And I was explaining it that yeah, I was streaming and, like, the Babs and, like, arguing with anti-Semites, largely defending the Jews, and we're having like a Babs cast. We're just talking about random things, and however Jennifer found her way there, and then so however it worked out.
You thought we
I was
were
talking with you. It
You
was
thought
like,
everybody was a Jew hater, and I said I wouldn't come on the stream until Doovid acknowledged that I didn't hate Jews, because I just wanted to come on and have a conversation, not to be in some stupid debate about Judaism. So once we got past that bit, I came on, and yeah, it was basically a match made in heaven, because we were both super interested in reincarnation.
well, no, I wasn't super interested in reincarnation. I'm saying that you were super interested in reincarnation. I was just I guess a capitalistic Hasidic Jew who believed in reincarnation, but I wasn't super interested in it. But when you came and you said you had a theory and an understanding of reincarnation, I was interested, because, like, I believe in reincarnation as axiom, but, like, no, I wasn't super interested. I had never really intensely studied the topic. I only knew the topic because it's mentioned all the time in Jewish literature, and especially Kabbalistic literature. But no, it never been a serious interest of mine. But so when
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a serious interest of mine either. Ironically, we're discussing it on the show. It just happened to be the first thing that we talked about that time on the Babs cast, I guess. It came up.
And then saying, so yeah, I found that interesting. And then you told me things I didn't know. I did the research. I found it interesting. I thought it was an interesting angle, and the dynamics of the streaming at the time. It made the most sense to work together with you, and reincarnation was largely the thing that everyone else, like, basically said that me and Jennifer agree about what most people disagree about, and disagree about what most people don't understand. And basically no one there agreed about reincarnation, and the only few people that agreed about it, like Babs or like Halsey, didn't really care about it. Like, yeah, I can't believe in reincarnation, but I don't care. But even Professor Schroeder said from Jerusalem that he thinks it's likely that the Vedic people understand reincarnation better. And what I said, that the Vedic scripture has a better conceptual framework of explaining concepts like reincarnation, that Professor Schroeder openly said, yes, that's likely. As a Jew promoting Judaism in Jerusalem, he openly said it's likely that the Veda scripture has a better understanding of these subjects than Judaism, although we mentioned the Judeo superstition that really comes from Abraham in the first place. So, like, no big deal. Like, yeah, your Bhagavad Gita has a better explanation of reincarnation. than the Torah, but it comes from Abraham, so it's all the same. Anyway, so that even in Jerusalem, that's where I heard this stuff. Like when I came onto the Hare Krishna Hinduism, I had first heard rabbis in Jerusalem say that. They talked about the Vedic scripture, and they'd mention from their biased perspective that the secret of the Vedic Hindu wisdom was prophesized or at least mentioned in the book, like your professor said. So that conceptually, maybe Jennifer has some understanding of this important subject, and it was karmatic that she should come and teach it to me or us. Did intuitively make sense to me that my understanding of karma kind of made sense that could be possible or even likely. And probably that there's very few other people that were thinking like that at the time. Even Halsey, who Halsey probably would have accepted, or Babs, the karmatic calculation, but they weren't interested in learning about it. They're just like, oh, you might be right, but why should I care? Good, do your research, write your book, but why do I care? As where Doooovid had read enough of the literature to know that reincarnation is basically the cornerstone, almost one of the most fundamental principles of Kabbalah. That is okay, I'll work together with you and investigate. And that's why in Jerusalem tomorrow, Lowell Gallon and Les Glassman and whoever else listens it will probably take Jennifer seriously, even though Claire and people like this mad woman, that these people in Jerusalem will probably take you seriously.
Yeah, and I really appreciate it too. I understand that it is a bit of a risk to endorse what I'm saying. I don't expect people to endorse it. All I'm asking is to consider the ideas and consider that the only reason I actually bothered putting that stuff into writing was to help people think better. And whatever that means for wherever someone's at, that's my goal. So ironically, now we are both discussing a subject on the show that is neither of our primary interest. Because reincarnation is not really my primary interest. It just comes up because the conversation goes in that direction. Because people invoke various, things.
Well, it's even if what wisdom do you have to offer in Jerusalem? And saying, well, yeah, it could be reincarnation is the topic. If in real life you were traveling and speaking in different places, and you were in Jerusalem, and what subject would you talk about?
Well, that's the thing. I would just be paranoid about arousing fury based on religion, and so I probably would be uninterested unless someone specifically said, "Yeah, please talk about this." Then I'd be like, "Okay, they're asking me to do it, so then it's okay." That's the way I look at it.
Okay, so we've been talking about reincarnation over an hour now, which is good, and we could talk about it more. But
yeah, we should talk about how we're going to present it on the show, because it's extremely hard to actually present the subjects. It's almost too big of a subject, but I do want to do a good job of it. So
that's why I wanted to go over.
I was thinking I'd just go through the observer effect PowerPoint that I made, but it might be too obscure. So
you saw that
sort of on the fence.
You saw that Dr.
Yeah, her PowerPoint's about autism, right? And
Yeah,
it was cool because she's an actual researcher, though. It makes sense for her to present her research. I'm not like in school and doing a research dissertation, so I can really present anything. And I think I'd rather present it in a way that they appreciate it. But they said, I asked them, and they're like, "Well, just do whatever you want." I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah, I'm saying these type. You could do something like, "Oh, she's a genius, she's awesome," and they didn't understand anything, and no one watches it. And I know a lot of these people are patronizing to women in that way. That they'd be like, it's like, "Oh, you're so smart, you're so awesome," but they didn't really.
And I appreciate that you're not like that. I really do like that you respect me as a person and not simping to me as a woman. I do appreciate that, Doowovid.
But yeah, I would make. I wouldn't expect them to understand the majority of what you're talking about. So you should give an overview of. Obviously, Dr. Glassman is a dentist. He probably hasn't studied science in over 30 years, and but he probably did take basic physics and chemistry. I don't know in South Africa, what the prerequisites to become a dentist, but he probably has a decent science education, but he's probably, doesn't really work with science. And Lowell probably has very little science background, and neither one of them probably are good with math. So in that perspective, like the audience is not a math or science audience. You could do it like, just do a full presentation to whoever watches it. But you do have a Jewish superstitious audience that has a bent towards reincarnation. That's basically what you have. That's all you have. So working with that, like how do you want to work with that? Like, and present that. Like, no, like, I mean, you could just try to like show everyone how smart you are, and do a few slides, and but it's saying if you actually,
that's really not my goal. To demonstrate how smart I am. I don't like coming off that way. I'd really prefer to have an actual discussion where there's actual questions. And for those, like, I don't know what they are in advance, or even if there's going to be any. So it'd be good to know the questions beforehand, but I think they'll probably only come up on the show if they come up at all. So
I don't think they're not going to have that many questions. Like you're saying, like, I don't even think Low or Les have a good understanding of the Jewish conception, right? They probably just know some superstitions or Jewish belief, but they probably like haven't read the Arizal or even basic. They haven't probably read this literature. They don't even understand the general conception of Jewish Kabbalah. I mean, of Jewish reincarnation. That I don't assume anybody listening will even understand much Jewish reincarnation, besides that they kind of know that Jews, that they believe in reincarnation, or maybe a few kind of like superstitions or things that they could recall. So if you're trying to create a systematic understanding of reincarnation, that's why I talk about chunking theory in the science of expertise, where you've broken the basic of your theory into chunks, and you're going to present a certain amount of the chunks and like an explanatory level of how you want to do it, to like Les and Lowell, to what level they're going to understand these chunks and how they go together to form a picture. But yeah, I mean, that's basically how you do it. You have to break your theory into chunks, give the chunks, have some slides, have some terms, a lexicon, some processes, and then afterwards a picture of these chunks together, how they operate, that even Lowell or Les, like, according to what you just said, now I could answer these questions in terms of reincarnation. It would probably be explain this narrative. So you would have been able to break into chunk a few processes that Les or Lowell now would be like, oh, so my superstition about reincarnation, according to the process you just described, might make more sense now. And that would probably be a successful presentation, plus the theoretical, for if someone watched it later, someone actually did know what they were talking about, watch the presentation, that you want, factually at least present some level of that in the slides, that's going to be more than, Les or Lowell or anybody watching is going to understand.
Well, just thinking about it real quick, reincarnation is a conscious process, so I'd probably have to go through a definition of consciousness and then say that I'm treating it like a geometric object, so a three-dimensional hologram. And then the hologram, when the body dies, the hologram is stable, so it decays, but it's not deleted, it's just decayed. And then that's eventually reincarnated. So you think that would work if I gave that's why I wanted to do the observer effect slideshow, because it's like a roundabout way of explaining why consciousness has to be presented this way in order for it to not contradict the observer effect.
Yeah, so I mean, you understand that you have to chunk it in a way where you explain what it is that the person might believe as a lay person, what the axioms of how it actually works is, and then at whatever level a person understands reincarnation, that the axioms that you gave them would help them understand their own systems in a way that would be comprehensible, that Lesser or Lowell would be like, oh, or like Gandalf, they said, like, my family always said I was the reincarnation of my great grandfather, or something like that, where Les and Lowell will hear from what you said, some their superstitions about reincarnations, and understand it based on your axioms, that they're going to understand their own experience with reincarnation better and explain to you how what you just told them allowed it. So from a mechanistic way, as a speaker, that shouldn't be that hard if you understand how to break your idea into components and teach the components and show how the components put together some sort of working system that could make some sort of prediction or better understanding. So how you're going to do that, what definitions you want to do, like how many slides, like 5,000 slides or 20 slides.
Conceptually, people have to understand what their consciousness is. And then what if people don't believe that they are conscious? What do I say then?
You have to have this all prepared. In a sense. Obviously,
well, this is the preparation. I was asking if you had any ideas for how to push back on that, because it seems it's like a super defeatist argument. I know I don't usually see it coming. Like, what would you say to that?
well, it's just going to be that you're going to get the Claire critique. It's like, I don't even know what her theory is. I've been listening to her for a year now, and I don't even know what the hell her theory is. She just claims she has a theory that does something, and I don't even know what the hell it is. I doubt she has one. And what I told Devaya, which is basically platitudes, but Claire is basically saying that all Jennifer does is say platitudes. She doesn't actually have a theory, and she just says these platitudes of these kind of like pleasant moralistic statements that sound nice and make her sound smart, but in reality don't add up to anything and aren't of a theory. And so that's like a Claire is the personification of that position. But there's a lot of people, like maybe like Dennis Dale and Jonathan, or various people in the stream that would hold with the general Claire critique, that you're just saying platitudes. And so when you do a presentation tomorrow, you say, like, no, you're not doing platitudes. It's an axioms, and that a neutral person or even a person with a bias towards reincarnation is not just going to be like, oh, wonderful platitudes, Jennifer, let me simp for you. They're going to show that you demonstrated some superior understanding, and with that they could understand the world that they live in better using the principles that you gave them over. And that is done by breaking down your system into axioms. So we're talking about reincarnation, the hard problem of consciousness. So obviously the first question is what reincarnates, and
Exactly.
and saying what are you, what is the soul, and what to what reincarnates. So that's the Greeks, the Maimonides, held that the immortality of the soul was almost axiomatic, like a given. It was obvious we had a soul. It was obvious the nature of the soul is immortal. And but we're saying that's not necessarily axiomatic. The hard problem of consciousness is saying that the answer to the hard problem of consciousness is no. The brain does not produce consciousness. The consciousness is produced from a separate element, and that element is called the soul, and that survives death. And of the various hypothetical, like from the ancient Greek perspective, like survives death. So what happens to it? Is there some nether spiritual realms, or does it transmigrate and enter another realm? So did anyone want to come on? Did that guy Roger get back to you?
I didn't talk to him. I didn't know that he wanted to come back on. I thought it was just going to be a one-off.
Yeah, maybe we should look at some of your slides. Did you want to go through the stuff that I sent you, just like the random stuff? And
Sure.
and
Where do you want me to
maybe
start? I've got them all loaded up here. I can put whichever
just
one.
one by one, whatever you have first.
So I know you mentioned the religious rates of subscribing to atheism, or reincarnation. Did you want to comment on any one particular aspect of this? I hadn't gone through the whole thing or seen the table yet. I guess I was expecting like a table with percentages of people believing in these things.
Yeah, there is, and maybe I should have done a screen share of it. And like I looked and this 2009, and there's a table with numbers and percentages like 3/4 down on the page. And, a few different charts that have all the various religions in America and their belief in yoga and um, reincarnation, a few other things. But saying that the survey, however many people they asked, it just generic what you could expect of people in belief in reincarnation. You show that I mean, it's not zero, but I mean it's low. Like it's in the like 20%. So the first article that Jennifer put up was this thing that is just a history of the belief in reincarnation, the Greek system, to its
Okay, so I'm in the
incorporation
wrong
in
place.
Christianity. So that article, like I already mentioned, um,
Oh, here we go. I've got the right one now. It's the
the
Pew
the
Forum one.
the Pew survey was the one that had the percentages.
All right. Many Americans mix multiple faiths. All right, here's your diagram. There we go. So this is religious services. So I guess we want, oh, okay, supernatural. Oh, here we go. That's hilarious. 22% of Christians believe in reincarnation and 24% of the total. That's hilarious. Being Christian has almost no bearing on whether you believe in reincarnation. Didn't expect that. Oh, look at
No,
that
it does.
evil
I'm
eye.
saying
That's
being
awesome.
Christian means that you're extremely unlikely to believe in reincarnation.
Well,
You're
what
saying
I mean,
you're saying the
they're
difference from the
no
mean
less
is at
likely.
large. But no, I'm saying that it is less like you're misinterpreted in the numbers. Saying being Christian means that you're extremely likely to reject reincarnation.
But there's 22% Christians and 24% total. Is total okay? I guess
That's
I'm
true, but I
misinterpreting
mean
the total.
you're saying that that Christians are only slightly less likely than the average American. That 24% of Americans believe in reincarnation, but like you mean like Christians believing in reincarnation logically you're probably more than atheists. That it'd be more likely a Christian would believe in reincarnation than atheist or whatever these numbers. But the numbers. So like no, I mean Christianity is overwhelmingly opposed to reincarnation. You're saying that whether the average numbers, and if you go down to the chart at the bottom, they have the denomination. Think people are more likely to believe in astrology than reincarnation.
All right, I'm just trying to find the one.
I mean, so the bottom one had the numbers, like Protestant and Catholic and male and female and age and race. So, I mean, blacks are more likely than white. So you see that the number 29% of blacks believe in reincarnation, as we're only like 19% of whites. So you see the number that, the various, whatever these numbers mean, and all these things have narratives or different understandings. But I just wanted to give some numbers to this data. And we're going to talk about moralizing. I have another one of these things I saw from Sean last. So that chart there, I'm seeing these charts like 20 seconds after I'm watching on the YouTube. So, the delay or whatever when I'm seeing it. So Jennifer's going to have to.
I just
it's not a big.
I just went to the next one. Weekly Racing Kings rating distribution. I thought
Yes,
you were done with that.
They put on a bell curve the chess, so you just see that we're Doooovid, and she doesn't have my account logged in where it show my rating. But so they just started putting a bell curve formation over the chess players, and Doooovid is very far distributed on the right, like in the 99 percentile. If you see like the huge peak of thousands of players, and the average, Doooovid is far on the right. But you just go to the next one. We'll get through these various articles. So if you just tell me, I'll mention something because I'm seeing it on the screen a good like 20, 30
William
seconds.
Perry. For some reason, I have David William Perry's bio.
Yeah, so a root and branch, David William Perry is, so you could leave this one on for a second. So this was our guest on Root and Branch on Wednesday, and is an interesting character, author, member of the Royal Society, and he knew Claire. He found the Extremist Club, a speakers society that gathered once a month in London to have various people speak. And he's a Valentinian priest. He's an LGBT activist and a poet. And but he was our speaker on Wednesday, and it was a pretty good show. So it was interesting that he mentioned that that Claire. I mentioned to Claire that he was going to speak, and Claire said she knew him. And then I asked a question like the Extremist Club, and he'd been a speaker, and he actually defended Claire. But he was an interesting character, and he was our guest speaker on Wednesday. And me and Jennifer will be speaking on Monday, but generally there's a guest speaker every Monday and Wednesday, and it's the speaker series in Jerusalem. Most of the contacts are coming from Lowell Gallen, and Wednesday is a speaker speaking about Pseudotstan from Paris, and I think we have like a diplomat from Costa Rica, and different characters. So this guy was just interesting. Karma, David William Perry was our speaker, and Claire, and that he had problems for having a free speech society, and controversial guest, and one of those controversial guests was Claire.
Yep. Can we move on?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Unless you have something you want to mention on him.
I thought what he said about what was it? Gnosticism was rather intriguing. I don't know much about it, but he seemed interested, but also sort of remiss to talk about it because he didn't feel it was respectful because he didn't know enough about it. So, and he was saying that there really weren't that many Gnostic churches left. That was interesting a little bit, but he didn't seem to know much about it. So,
yeah, he's supposed to be like I guess he is a Valentinian priest, but he's more like a social activist and poet and various things. So it was an interesting speech, interesting character, and so just introducing these people on the show. And I mean, we talk about, we'll get through these, but Jennifer doesn't really have that a good host personality. I think I'm pretty good at doing it. It's not my natural personality. I have to kind of act it out, but there's a certain nature of being a host that how you portray, how you ask questions, that it could be Jennifer's not going to develop in our interest. It's not something she'll do. And we'll talk about that in the future. She's doing the tech. She's on the show. She could ask questions, but like how that role suits her, is yet to be determined, or even say, what would her function be, and kind of like, why are we bringing these people together? Why are we listening to these people's stories? Why are we, within a Judeo framework, saying because that's what we do. I'm getting these people to, be on the side of the Jews, and it was a worthwhile function, or something like that. That's easier for Jews to be pundits in these type hosts, where Jennifer will probably come into difficulty because it is largely a Jewish field like that, and even her as like a host interviewer will probably be difficult.
that's true, because I expect to be asked the questions because I'm the one with the answers. So it's like, why do you want me to ask you questions? You should be asking me questions. It's almost offensive that I would ask a question that wasn't related to another. If someone asks me questions, I'll follow up with questions, obviously, because I need to get the full picture. But I couldn't even imagine caring, no offense, about anything anybody else was doing because I have my own teachings, which happen to be awesome. Why? For me, why would you want to talk? Why would you want to interview people? What's the motive to interview people? Exactly. Like, no offense, but.
Well, I think Lowell is kind of like a simp, like Jewish male feminist in some ways. And, he's got his own intentions. So, my perspective is going to be that you're basically going to do the tech and hopefully get paid, and maybe some of the other stuff. And if there's an occasional guest, maybe you'll pop on and say something. But largely you're going to do the tech and various things. And you're not going to be a long-term co-host on Root and Branch. It doesn't make sense. But because of the nature of Lowell and kind of like male, feminine person, Jewish female personality, like he's going to be pushing for you to be like a co-host, even though it doesn't make sense.
Well, I enjoy coming on and
I mean,
just
you can do the
listening to
tech.
some of those. I like coming with you onto some of those shows and just listening because the subject matter is interesting, and I might think of a question in the situation, but I might not think of a question. But if I do, I'm happy to ask it, and he seemed to appreciate that. But yeah, the role of being a co-host would be pretty tough because I'd run out of questions pretty quick.
And we're promoting Judaism in Jerusalem, and it's like the purpose of the show is like promoting Judaism in Israel. So there's a general purpose to what we're doing. So it's like it made sense that you just get paid to do the tech if it was interesting, or just be part of it to hop on as a panelist or connected. But like no, I mean it's basically more me. Like my heart's in Jerusalem. I'm joining a podcast in Jerusalem. Jennifer is my co-host. She's doing the tech. And as of now, she's part of it because, like it makes sense. We're streaming, we're networking. But in terms of the nature of the show, it's not the kind of show that Jennifer would really make a good co-host, besides the fact that it's like a building show and there's like, Lowell, like he loves Jennifer, like relatively, like she's probably better for the show than what he has. Like he would recruit some, I mean, there's obvious reasons why Lowell would be recruiting Jennifer, even though it doesn't really make that much sense for his show. Although he might more secular, who knows how, and we'll talk about that more. So let's get through these screen
people
shares.
When they get older, they tend to ask more questions about these more like eternal questions. So they might find that they're interested, even though they didn't think they would be. And if they are, great. And if not, that's fine. I'm not the type to want to like impose myself. I'm more the type to facilitate a dialogue and sort of meet people where they're at. So I appreciate the preamble here, sort of get me in the right mindset.
Well, I mean, also because like it's likely that Lowell is going to make mistakes in the direction he takes his own show, and it's going to be related around what role he wants you to play or me to play or the various things. And there'll be reasons why people have a tendency to do things in a certain way. But that we could talk about that moving on. It's not important for the short time. Like, we're just doing our best to help them promote their show, be part of it. If Jennifer's doing the tech and she gets paid, that's fine. I've even encouraged that. I think that's a good thing. The network, like the meeting these people, that's probably more interesting to me than Jennifer. I'm the globalist trying to make international connections. And, so like, I'm not so concerned about pointing out like all the disagreements I have with David William Perry. I'm trying to make globalist connections here. Like not have these high bars of entries for, pointing out all the things I disagree with people. It's like, no, I need international connections. And that's the purpose of what we're doing.
And I'm happy to facilitate that for you.
You don't even need to facilitate it. So we could have our different coexisting.
Well, I'm participating in the show, so I'm helping in some way, and whatever extent that's a net positive, I'm on board.
Yeah,
so I guess we'll have to wait and see. In a way, we'll have to just see how they react to it. So, are you planning on giving a preamble?
Well, can we finish these things that I gave you a screen share?
That was the last one. There was another thing I'm trying to think. Something
you don't have to screen share them, I guess. I had sent a few other things about that Sean Last had shared. I think there were 3 different studies I looked at. I think Richard Spencer shared one of them, and so I saw that, and then I looked at his page. And there were 3 studies. One was the increasingly negative view towards whiteness over the last few years, largely related to Donald Trump. That people are affiliating whiteness with Donald Trump, and that white people have all-time low identity to whiteness. And there was another article about the combination of life satisfaction related to IQ and time preference, and saying that like certain countries are known to be more patient, and it's saying that patience and higher IQ is a factor for life fulfillment levels than simply IQ alone. That IQ societies that are impatient have less life satisfaction than the combination of patience and IQ. So it was an interesting study, and there was another study on moralizing in politics, whether Democrats or Republicans do more moralizing, and generally Democrats do more moralizing, but also that the side out of power tends to do more moralizing than the side in power. So there's just interesting recent studies, statistical analysis that all had implications that I thought were interesting. And also this Tele 11. Did you have any comment on any of those studies that I saw from Sean last?
I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to look at any of them. I did just share the Root and Branch YouTube channel in the chat. For those of you who want to subscribe, Doovid and I are going to be on that tomorrow morning. Is that correct? Or Jerusalem, 8:30 p.m., I think?
Every Monday and Wednesday night in Jerusalem at 8:30.
Okay.
Which is 1:30 Eastern time. So that's 15 and a half hours from now. But it's a lecture series, and if anyone listens, it just finished its 25th year, and it was an IRL lecture series, and has pretty substantial guests, even like pretty diplomatic, political, business, media personalities. You could see the list of names over the years, or Lowell, and however he accomplished his networks. Me and Jennifer haven't really heard Lowell's full biography yet. So it's basically his thing, unless was a dentist in Jerusalem that was filming it and became his program chair, but it's more Lowell's thing. And only because of COVID-19, it's been online. And he found me from Adam Green and started tweeting at me, and we talked, and then he had me speak, and Jennifer showed up, and then the first thing I told him, and when he heard about Jennifer, he friended her right away from even when he first started tweeting me, and you saw that at the show, that he's been friends with Jennifer on Facebook going back months to, but it was basically me on the show telling him that, like, you got to get your tech together. Like, just I wanted to help his show. To make it, one day I was just listening. So I was on his Zoom calls just because they were interesting in COVID-19. And I was just listening and talking with his guests for the show. And I didn't really sharing it, trying to make their following bigger. But then I started talking to him. I was like, why don't you improve your tech? You could probably make a better show. And he was receptive. And he was like, can you help me? And I was like, yes. And then I asked Jennifer, will you help? And she said yes. And then from there, they
started live streaming.
Yeah, so that's where we're holding now. Monday should be live on YouTube and Facebook. We don't have any formal agreement with him. Whether we're going to be working together for months or weeks or whatever, playing, but presuming that if it's working out mutually beneficial for us, that we're going to keep on doing it. And it seems like it's been working pretty well so far. So I would say it's pretty likely that I'll be working together with him likely for months. Jennifer and her part that she's playing could be more short term or could be longer term. You'll see. She could just be a guest who gives her presentation and she helps set up the tech, and then she'll come around every once in a while. Or maybe they'll contract her and she'll be doing the graphics and producing the show and getting paid to do it. Or maybe the show will evolve in a way where Jennifer will be some part of it, and that's yet to be seen. But like as of now, she's doing the tech for them, and I'm helping with the tech, but it's more her. And then I'm also kind of moved into being a co-host, I guess. That and then Jennifer probably could move into being a co-host as of now, but like I'm not so sure what sense it makes to have Jennifer as a co-host. That more
Well,
like
just
do the
think
tech.
of me as a friend who's there to lend a hand.
Well, it's because
Doesn't want to overshadow anything.
it's because Lowell doesn't understand the stuff to break it down to understand what role I'm playing and you're playing. That to him, like the but over time, like hopefully there'll be a working understanding and like I could see certain guests where it'd be like you will be a co-host and maybe you'll ask the question or you give an introduction. But for most of the guests, like you're not going to do what it takes to be a co-host or make an introduction or say the type pleasantries that are necessary for the type thing, and it doesn't really make sense. And you could be on the call, you could maybe ask a question, but like you're basically there to do the tech. And then even long term, you don't need to be there to do the tech. You already did it. You know, saying once they know how to go live on that stuff, you could just chalk up you did a good deed and move on. Or they could decide that they want to keep on moving forward and contract your labor or work out some sort of agreement where they're going to keep on evolving their tech. But like in all likelihood, they don't need to. Like you've already basically done what's needed for them to go live, and it's likely that they'll stop there and aren't really going to need that ongoing much technical assistance.
Well, I guess we'll just wait and see. I look forward to it, and I'm always interested in going on other people's streams and helping out.
Yeah, but there's no need to. That's why I said like is on. For now, the key thing is me and Jennifer give a good presentation tomorrow. That what Jennifer did for Lowell works, and that when we do it tomorrow, it's live on YouTube and Facebook, and that's between Jennifer and Lowell. That I'm assuming she knows what she's doing and it's going to work. And tomorrow we'll be live on YouTube and Facebook, and we'll give our presentation. And then Wednesday, hopefully, we got this guy from Paris talking about Chutistan, and if Jennifer wants to be on the call, she can. But hopefully she'll be around to make sure that when we do it, it goes live on live on YouTube and Facebook, and probably past that point, he won't need you to be there to make sure that happens. And if there's more stuff like you want to keep on doing stuff and helping him out with his tech, there's probably more that we could do. And just looking at the root and branch, like we grew his channel, like David Perry got him over 100 views. He shared that on Facebook. We told him how to do it. He shared it 26 times on Facebook. It was live, and we had questions. We had a person that he shared it with that claimed to be his relative, and there was that a distant relative, and various things, and that was largely from the the work that me and Jennifer did for them. That they weren't as tech streaming savvy to know how to do those things, and we did them, and it's already provided them a tangible benefit to streaming. And but it could be there'll be diminishing returns, and after a few weeks that we will have basically done everything that will provide them tangible returns in their streaming, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then it just the networking. I mean, we could still network together and build our networks, but the tangible returns. And I think because they have a in real life speaker series in Jerusalem, and there's going to be interest for people to continue to speak in Jerusalem, and we could even refer people to speak in Jerusalem. And I want I could think of tens of people that might want to speak in this series. That over a year there would be 100 people. That you're allowed a return, but even over a few months, tens of people in a network around the world. So it's probably worth the while. Like I had said, modern day debate, that I was willing to just enter the circuit in modern day debate to get myself out there, speak with different people. But that same thing we could probably do for root and branch, and but at this point, a lot of these people are going to be actual scholars and people with real world accomplishments that don't have a strong streaming presence, and that leaves room for people like me and Jennifer who have a bigger streaming presence.
Woohoo! Should be a great year. Looking forward to it. I guess there's been a lot of stuff that's gone on this week. Did you want to talk about any of that? There's that really weird thing at the presidential building with the
Yeah, that's pretty exciting, Karma. I mean, did you want to look at some of your slides to determine which ones you're going to go on? I mean, you want to show me, or did you want to talk offline tomorrow before?
Well, I already sent the slides to Lowell, so I already sent the slides for the observer effect. So I feel like I have to go with that now.
No, I mean, you don't have to. I'm saying you're going to be doing a screen share. You could share whatever slides you want. Doesn't matter what you sent them.
You don't think that it would be upsetting to get one set of slides and have me present a completely different set?
I would even say that there's like 80% chance that he probably didn't look at them, or if he did look at them, it was only a few seconds.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter. And if he did look at them, it probably wouldn't matter anyways, because then you just tell him that like it'd be better for him regardless of whether you show the same ones or not. But like, no, I think it's pretty unlikely he's going to really understand what you're talking about.
Right.
So
Yeah,
so like, no,
at
that point, I don't.
Most of it. I'll probably talk about consciousness for most of it and ask.
I would avoid, because I would say your basic flaw, and what I think you fall into like 90% of the time you stream, and likely you're going to fall into tomorrow, is you're going to end up explaining physics concepts that don't matter, don't need to be explained. You're going to try to explain some concept in order to explain the chunk, and you're going to end up explaining some physics concept that doesn't really need to be explained, and it's going to be like a virtue signal, and like those like, oh, you're so smart, this woman and she understands physics, is so amazing. And it's basically a waste of time to everybody, because you explained some physics concept that didn't help the audience. Like there's no benefit to them having the understanding, and all it did was created like a simp situation where he's like, oh, you're like so smart, you understand something I can't. But I think that's your biggest flaw in streaming, and it's everybody's flaw, like in Judaism, or that nature, and you have to understand what makes sense to explain. So like the observer effect, and there's going to be all these things, and then the next thing you know, you spent your whole time allotment explaining something that doesn't matter. The people don't really understand what you explain. They don't understand what that has to do with the reincarnation, and all you got is like a few people simping, thinking you're so smart, and they don't walk away with any more knowledge than they had in the beginning.
Okay, so I'll just do another set of slides where it's much more straightforward and doesn't go into anything too heavy in physics.
Yeah, I mean, like we don't need a physics tutor tomorrow. You're giving a presentation on reincarnation to people who are not physics conversant, and that means no physics explanations. And it's saying that like that even Schroeder. I mean, you don't have to, but saying like that's why these people just repeat themselves over and over again, and basically it's a self ego aggrandizing system where the people are like, oh, our cult is so great because we have a member who really understands this stuff, and you're thinking, I'm so great because I really understand this stuff. But really everyone just wasted each other's times because there wasn't a useful exchange of information. And so you have to understand the level of science understanding, or the level of the various understandings, the people you're talking to, and what's worthy of explaining and what not. What are the axioms? What are the chunks? And how to build that up. And obviously you're going to say things that need to be explained. And you have to understand, like, no, it doesn't pay to explain this now. And from like a Claire perspective, or just like the platitudes, is it just seems that every time you speak, you just end up randomly explaining some physics concept that no one understands how it relates to what you're saying. And and then just some guy simps for you and says like, oh, she's so smart, and everyone wasted their time.
Well, people are free to ask questions about whatever they want, but this is the
that's the point, is they're going to ask like, what's that? And then you're going to go in some explanation, and it doesn't matter. And
it doesn't
saying
matter,
like, well,
though.
because
If they're asking the question, it matters to them, so I'm going to answer it.
Well, yeah, it's saying if you're when you're making your slides and your presentations, and you're saying like, well, but it's like if they're paying attention, they're going to ask, what's that? Because they're not going to know. And so if you made your slides in a way that there's gonna that if they're paying attention, you're saying, okay, they're not paying attention, so in that case, what's that at all? Or they are paying attention, or if it's like Professor Iran's slides on autism, where Lowell didn't ask anything because he's like he didn't even know, he didn't want to interrupt, towards the science of it, things on autism in general. But so in her presentation, be like JF who turned her show into like just giving, and I'm saying Jennifer should do that generally. That like she's gonna, if her future in streaming is basically like physics girl, math girl who goes into excursions to explain mathematical and physics concepts. But I don't think that's going to be useful tomorrow, and I think it'd be counterproductive because it'd just be like, oh, she must really know what she's talking about, even though I don't understand a word she said or I couldn't repeat a single thing she said. It's like, lol, what did Jennifer say? It's like, I have no idea, but she's brilliant. And it's saying, so if that's what comes out of it, like, I'm going to consider that a loss.
Yeah, well, people probably need to read the blog and actually ask questions in good faith.
I don't think he's going to read the blog. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think he's actually going to read the blog.
I'm not going to spoon feed, but I will make it as simple as I can, and I want it to be interactive as much as possible.
You could advertise your blog. I mean, you say that all these, like, instead of explaining it to, like, just say that all this stuff is, or most of the stuff is on my blog,
Sure.
or people want to know more, or to refer.
Yeah, it sounds like a good plan. I'll work on that. And do you want me to send it to you beforehand for your comments? I'm just not sure about.
I guess it doesn't matter because I mean, really, it's your show and your presentation. Like, it could have been just you, and you chose for it to be me and you, and that's fine. And that's why I thought, like, the first, like, I should probably open it, and I'll probably spend 2 minutes just saying how we met and teamed up, and then another 3 minutes on general comments about reincarnation and Judaism. And then I'll hand it over to you, and you'll do your presentation. And it doesn't really have to be concurrent with my comments at all, because all I'm explaining is how we met, why we teamed up, and my experience with a Jew with reincarnation, and expressing that reincarnation is very popular among Jews. And I'm not the expert. Like, I'm not going to give the explanation. I'm not going to, I spent an hour almost today explaining the Kabbalistic things, largely for Jennifer's sake, that she should know these things, because I don't think Lowell and Les are really going to know it that well. They're going to know a little bit. I mean, they're Jews. They've read a little, but like, no, I don't think they're going to know it that well. So I explained that basically for Jennifer, so she would have the understanding of the Judeo conception of how these things work. But like, I'm not going to be explaining the Judeo conception of reincarnation tomorrow. That's not the program. Jennifer is going to be explaining her theory, and my introduction is just going to be to, like, why the hell are me and Jennifer doing the show together? How the hell did I find this woman, or how the hell did she find me? And why should we be listening to her? And then, then it's going to be you.
Awesome. Well, I would like to think people listen to me based on the strength of my arguments, but we both know that's not true.
Well, you're going to make your arguments, but I'm saying, no, I mean, like, it's going to be...
Well, I can't make arguments if a person doesn't understand physics at all, right? So it's not about, at this stage, it's not really about making arguments for this presentation. It's just about showing them what the theory is, I guess, and seeing if they have any interest in it.
Yeah, and I don't think you need to make any arguments, because I'm saying, like,
no, that's what Les and Lowell
aren't going to argue with you. Even if they disagree with you, they're not going to argue with you. Like, they're probably going to give you similar reception no matter what you do, because it was their nature. They're kind of nice and pleasant like that. They're not going to, like, attack you if you do a bad job. It's unlikely. They'll probably give you largely the same reaction whether you did a good or bad job.
Yeah, that's one of the things I like about them, I guess. They have that patient, old and wise vibe. I appreciate that.
If you actually enlighten them onto something, like, it should be obvious. Like, if they actually learn something, and and they tell you, like, yeah, like, I'm a Jew, and generally believe in superstition. They've read a little bit of the literature, heard a little bit what Jews thought about it. Hey, have a few anecdotal stories about people they know in stories, but they don't have a systematic understanding, or they have absolutely no clue about any of this, stuff you're going to be talking about. It's interesting to them, and hopefully they're going to share some anecdotes, and they're going to be able to interpret their own anecdotes with what you just told them. And then it's like that will be what I would consider successful, that they will be able to tell anecdotes based on what you said and interpret their own anecdotes based on what you just said.
I'm really looking forward to it. We'll have to see if I meet this very high standard.
Well, it's not even that. I think it's a basic standard. I don't think it's that high.
This very basic standard.
Yeah, I'm saying that you're going to tell them something that is going to cause them to want to tell a story or an anecdote, and that what you told them was clear and logical enough that they're going to be able to interpret their own anecdote.
So I want to entice
with something that you just told them.
So my job is to entice anecdotes.
No, that's not your job. I'm just saying that's the nature of the show. They're not
Okay.
going to give you a scientific question like that. They're not going to understand your theory like that to ask you something scientific.
Sure.
At best, you're going to elicit an anecdote that's similar. I mean, because that's the nature. You're not talking to scientists. I mean, the desk is a dentist, but you're not talking. I mean, he's not really a scientist. You're not talking to scientists. So at best, you're going to elicit an anecdote.
We'll have to tune in and see if I manage to succeed in this goal.
Well,
I think it's
even if you
sort
don't
of
understand
bears-
in nature of non-scientists, like what could non-technical people get out of what you're teaching them, and even your supposition that there's anything you could teach them, that there's any benefit that someone, even to say no, honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't spend your time listening to me. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do something useful, but honestly, I have to admit that it's probably not worth your time to listen to me. And you're just no, it is worth your time to listen to me. And you're saying, well, I'm not technical. I don't understand what you're talking about. Is it still worth my time listening to you? And you're saying yes, even though what I'm saying is technical and you're not going to understand any of that stuff, it's still worth your time listening to. So, well, why? And it's why? Because you have narratives and anecdotes that are related to what I'm saying, and you're going to understand your own narratives and anecdotes better from the information I just gave you.
That might be a good argument. It'll help you understand your own beliefs and etc. better.
What you're
Potentially.
saying is reincarnation. It's a fundamental process of how the factual world operates, that if you give person information to that it enlightens them to their own karma more than they understood, because it's just like a factual process. Like if someone had never heard of the law of gravity and then you told them about it, that would make a lot of phenomenon make sense to them that they previously hadn't understood.
Great. And they asked me why I care so much about reincarnation. And it's kind of hard to explain. But I guess that's the answer, is that it gives a bigger perspective on whatever you're already experiencing.
Yeah, so
Did
I guess
you want to wrap up for now, and I'll go work on those slides, and we should have a hopefully interesting show tomorrow. Or
yeah, I guess we
14 hours.
need. I want to mention, we don't really need to talk about Trump. I'll mention quickly. I saw this interview, this one Talia Levin, and God forbid, she's kind of like an Antifa troll, but she makes herself out as a Jewish hero. And what she did, and she, I guess she's like a short, chubby Jewish, dark-featured girl, but she pretended like she was, like an Aryan, woman from mid-America, and she spent years in these alt-right sites and then wrote a book about it and dating services, and she's even posting these love letters that these people sent this character that she created. And there were different elements in it karmatically that were kind of interesting. And I also mentioned, related to like QAnon and like China on Charles Moskowitz, that it's like a joint conspiracy, possibly COVID-19, and what's happening in Washington, and just mentioning that a lot of these internet services like TikTok, DLive, like they're Chinese, and even like QAnon, that be possible that the same force that perpetrated coronavirus is also the one controlling QAnon. I mean, to say that that there is anonymous government information being given to people, and it could be in a way that people make it think it's the U.S. government because they maybe give them information about themselves or something that they're that don't think that they would have known unless they were an inside source in the U.S. government, but it's really a foreign government that's doing this. So I thought it's a likely possibility that there's a coordinated attack to bring down America, that the people who did the battle, and then the pure military karma, and just like violence, the pure science of violence that doesn't necessarily need to be concerned with why the forces are fighting, with who's right or wrong, who's good or bad, but just the pure science of the use of force. And the reality that like those people overtaking the Pentagon, or Black Lives Matter, riot police, and these various things, that I did not have much faith in the government or the government security. It was not surprising. And I think people's faith in the government is just almost moronic, from my perspective. But Red Elephants, Vince James, I was watching actually just before the show, his new thing, where he's kind of like big tech, like kind of the shadow government. You see the levels of influence, and there's like official governmental power, but the big tech and the higher downs, the interplay from this, where I think it's most likely a technical takeover that we're going to have, where you're going to see that there's this concept of correct behavior, and if we could only force the other side to do correct behavior, but it's going to backfire on everybody, because everybody's a hypocrite. Anybody watching, almost everybody talking is basically like a hypocrite, talking about how bad the other side is, even like the whole sideism that I reject, but in the sense of correct behavior, that like the crackdowns and the surveillance technology and the arrests is going to be handed over to the computer, because the computer will objectively, to some extent, be able to determine correct behavior, unlike human leaders. And even the representational democratic system is basically a failure. It's a joke. Like, I live in the neighborhood, Brenda Lawrence, God bless her soul, good woman, lives within a block of me, nice woman. She's a congresswoman, but the concept that she votes and represents millions of people is just flawed by nature. There's no way she could understand this stuff, inform this stuff, all the stuff she has to vote on. It is just a flawed system karmatically. So that's my perspective. I've talked about that at length. So the greater picture about what's happening is, I do see these systems of the larger government falling, how that's going to play out, and it's possibly violence is going to increase. Like, God forbid, this guy in Chicago went mad and flipped out and seemed to be randomly killing people on the news. Like, he shot 9 people, 3 of them dead, and God forbid it was just random. Like, he did a rant on social media. He's got a family, and just literally started shooting people in the head randomly, and until the police killed them. And God forbid, I would not be surprised if we see a lot more of that in the COVID-19 deaths, where just like thousands of people are dying every day, where some dude's just going to flip and kill random people, God forbid. So we should look for this karmatic buildup, and the irrationality of people when they're not talking about, they don't understand the science of violence. And there's the science of violence. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong, and it doesn't necessarily matter legal repercussions or ramifications. Like, if there's a siege and overcoming, or if there's a fight, there's a science of violence. And Masonry in general has incorporated the pure science of violence, where there's all these other considerations could be held separate, to just consider the pure science of violence. And I don't think most people are capable. You have to be a psychopath, even psychologically, to think about that, to be able to just purely look at it. But like a martial art meditative training, and as the breakdown in structures, people, the decline of America, fighting for resources, bankrupting the government, as opposed to tuning for enlightenment. So when people seek enlightenment, it should be there. When people are looking to the government or these movements, usually it's a sign that they're not on the path to enlightenment. There's a certain energy, like the energy that causes people to seek these movements is the same energy that causes people to seek enlightenment, like in a Kabbalistic understanding of how it works, that there is some overplay, and then the media bias and the narrative, like it's just unviable from all sources. That but
Did you
at
hear
this point,
about Trump embargoing Chinese military companies on the to be listed on the stock exchange? That seemed like a pretty big one, and that comes into effect tomorrow morning, I believe.
I didn't hear about that, but I'm saying that it makes sense that China is collaboratively, basically brought down America with a combination of coronavirus and computer hacking, and increasing social discord. That the purpose of all of this stuff was to in the old school in Russia, where America, like Russia's doing human rights abuses, and then Russia would be like, well, how are you treating the Negro? Look how poorly America treats the Negro. So the general thing is still today, like China, like you're doing human rights abuses, you're cheating America, and China's like, well, yeah, who are you to talk? Look how poorly you treat the Negro. And so the sowing racial discord as a way to break up a country goes back, to Roman historical times. It's in the Bible. It's an obvious strategy. It's the complaint about Pharaoh to the Jews in Egypt, that the Jewish people have grown so big that might team up with the enemies. So these generic understandings are basically within the understanding of any karmatic system. It's not surprising what karmatically is happening here. And even like the options, if you have free will, there's the karmatic forces that are pushing in a certain direction, and then it creates a boundary condition on free will. And as coronavirus or economic and various things, the Maslow hierarchy, I would not be surprised that God forbid, these things are going to keep on increasing, and saying that people could seek enlightenment, but within the boundary condition of free will, like you say, people are largely in like the Gurdjieff mechanical nature, so that free will is possible, but the likelihood is that people will continue in their mechanical nature, and a person with a scientific understanding could see the mechanical nature that people are operating in, and then make calculations that if people keep on operating in the mechanical nature that we're in, these things are going to come to occur. And that's largely what me and Jennifer talk about, and that's the importance, so to say, the Judeo concept of free will, that it's possible that people could snap out of mechanical nature and change the actions in a better way, and that actually that process is available to everybody, and it's relatively a scientific process of enlightenment. And that's largely what Weekend Reviews about, what Church of Entropy.
Making people aware of the option to think better, and also dealing with the consequences of ignoring teachings. And when nobody gives a shit what you say because you don't know anything, realizing that that's largely your own making, because you could have humbled yourself and learned, but you chose not to, because your ego is more important than learning, and that'll eventually show up. Everything eventually, lies have a finite lifetime. If that makes any sense. So I do think it's sad that things are coming to a head, and I think it's interesting the way you kind of framed it, that it was a karmic thing before Q was a thing, that these people were largely already predisposed to this kind of behavior, and Q is just sort of the, what do you call it, a spark, the ignition spark. Is that kind of
Well,
what
so
you're
if-
saying?
What is saying that I'm proposing a conspiracy theory upon a conspiracy theory that Q is, like, I'm not saying like I don't have evidence it's Chinese or Russian, but like Chinese, there's some at least um correlated evidence, like the D Live and TikTok, or all these things are ran out of China. These internet servers, that these people are being kicked off of the platforms, then they're being on Chinese servers. But I'm proposing that the concept of Q is, could be being ran by a place like China. That this information is that, like this woman Talia Levin, that I mean, the one thing is like, okay, like colorism is a big deal in Judaism. Saying like, oh, if I only had blonde hair and blue eyes, like all the girls would like me, right? Especially for a girl, that even more so. That if the girl, she was like, oh, if I had blonde hair and blue eyes, then the guys would want to ask me out. Where she plays like she's an Aryan goddess in order to get the guys to like her, but really that's like that's not what she's doing. She's doing it to like be Antifa and expose neo-Nazis by getting people, by tricking guys into revealing secrets because they think that she's like this Aryan goddess that actually likes them. But in that concept, that there are these hundreds of unsuspecting guys that were sending love letters to this Antifa Jewish troll, thinking that she was this beautiful Aryan girl, and that QAnon could be like an operation of the Chinese or Russian government, and that the people that raided the Capitol did it based on information and people that told them to do and organized it on the internet, that they don't know who they are, and really they were controlled effort of something like God forbid, like the actual some force in China or Russia or some alternative force that just use these people to bring down the U.S. government. And it's like a horror movie where it's like all these people, like, why are you here? It's like, I mean, because Q told me to be here. And it's like, well, who's Q? And it's like, I don't know. He told me, I can't tell you, but like I believed him. And so they're saying that I don't think there was there a Q with inside the U.S. government that was giving these people these secrets. And so I'm just saying that it seems more likely that Q could have been like the Chinese government.
Well, I guess we'll have to see how that
And the motive,
shakes out.
just the motive, and saying the motive was to bring down the U.S. government, because the U.S. government was trying to bring down the Chinese government. So the Chinese government used COVID-19 to bring down the U.S. government. And, this Discord is part of the COVID-19 bioweapon strategy. That, the reason this Discord is working so well is because of COVID-19, where they could flare up these tensions. And it might work to the extent where, I've been saying that the federal government has already fallen. They just haven't told us that, basically China already defeated us. And you're just going to keep on upping the pressure. And they're not telling us now because they think that they're going to somehow to be able to get it under control, and the U.S. is going to be on top again. But unfortunately, the pain that we're going to be in is just starting. And like, no, we're not going to be on top of everything. Like, Biden's not going to get China under control. The U.S. is just going to keep on declining in power.
You have a point there. I don't know about the government already being fallen, but I do think there's a shift for sure. And this Trump debacle thing, these allegations, is just like, it's near impossible to tell what the heck is going on, because depending on your source of information, I mean, they're literally saying opposite things, completely
I mean,
opposite
it's
things. So
unprecedented.
it's unsettling that there's this much propaganda, and also that people are buying into it.
Yeah, it's too, it's like like clown roll or something, where the media is like, this is completely unprecedented. It's never happened before, but like, don't worry, in 2 weeks when Biden's in office, it's all going to be okay. And you're saying like, what the hell? Like, our president, just tried to start an insurrection. he's been kicked off. We can't even hear from him. It's likely he's going to be arrested. But like, don't worry, it's no problem. Like, Biden's going to be president. It's going to all be okay. And thousands of people are dying every day. Still a COVID-19. And you have this, rather than like, you kind of have this, like, it's all going to be okay because like big tech and the vaccine and everything's under control. Well, at the same time, they're like, trying to scare the hell out of us. And there's a certain element like, yeah, it's unprecedented. Like, what the hell? Like, our president was just kicked off of Twitter. Our president, like, what the hell just happened? Was there an insurrection? Is President Trump trying to overthrow America? And there's really no way to know. There's no way to get information to the sense like Q, where it's like, oh, like I'm just looking on the computer getting information. And
you can get information, but you don't know if it's valid or where it comes from, right?
Yeah, that's how like you have a Q phenomenon. You could have people like in theory being led by like China, thinking they're being led by someone trying to help America, and they wouldn't even know. And saying all these people at the rally, like and then the media, it's like, oh, they're like white supremacists and they're Nazis, and the narratives that you're being given are obviously false. And it's like Biden is like not exuding confidence, and even like the vaccine rollout failure in America, where there's like 20 million doses and only 5 million been handed out, and this like forced ethical where it's like you must wait in line, and it's the moral leaders have determined who is most worthy of the vaccine, and you could only get in that line. It's just being a disaster, and more people are dying. And like I could see like the JF perspective, like to me it's going to be the computer that's saying like, no, like all these people are incompetent. It's obvious. Like any idiot watching it could tell that there is basically nobody competent on the public scene giving clean information. But you could perceive like a chess player and saying that like, okay, like all humans make mistakes, but you could compare it somewhat objectively against the computer move to see like, like this computer's like, the human's like 99% accurate. He plays 98% same of what the computer recommends, but it's like an error rate that he's still human, that you could perceive that maybe the computer could provide a solution and lead us out of this. And that's the current state that we're in, where the elites claim that they know and they have the answer, but the reality is no. The elites at best have access or trust to run the programs to the computer and hope that those answers are going to help us, and that's not the way it's being perceived. So that the level, like, why propose the multiple truth hypothesis? People are like, what do we know, what don't we know? And you're not going to get a fair estimation of it, and you're going to see that the humans are basically universally corrupt. All the humans in position of power of the government are just blatantly corrupt. Which like Trump, Biden, Pelosi, any of these people, you can't even look at them and take them seriously. They're so corrupt. But the theoretical possibility of correct governance by the power of the computer is so real that you say, oh, like the system should work because like, in theory, we could just like program the computer and it would do it. But like, it's like the people are the problem. So I think that's the current state with like UBI. Like we're almost going to like get UBI where I'm just going to sit here and get food and money straight to my house and it's all going to be okay. And like it's almost working out, but at the same time, like Armageddon, and people are going to be killing each other in the streets because it's like no way humanity is going to do that. The computer might. The computer, like if people have to interact through the computer, and the computer forces correct behavior on everybody, possibly theoretically it might work. And so like you need like a digital messiah.
Aren't we also being kind of shown the limits to what computers can do? Because people were like expecting, I think people were expecting like more realistic sex robots, and I think the sex robots are kind of in an uncanny valley now, which is probably counterproductive. Not that I'm an expert, and all these other things like what the problems AI is solving, doesn't that kind of point, and like look at how much of a doofus Super Librix is? Like, isn't that all sort of pointing to the computer doesn't have the answers and that it always bottlenecks at the human? And I see you in the chat, mediocre white male. If you want to come on, you're more than welcome. I did post it to everybody, but I can control who I let in. So it's pretty late. The lunar phase is not as bad as it was last week, so I probably shouldn't get ahead of myself by saying stuff like that, but I think I'll be okay. But yeah, I mean, do you really think people, well, on what level would they accept this theocratic, or not theocratic, sorry, this digital messiah, this technocratic messiah? Like, what would computers have to do? Are you saying computers have already convinced us that they're better at managing our problems than we are?
Well, I mean, our problems. No, I mean, I think you're looking at it on the same level where I'm not in the same theoretical mistake I think you're constantly making, is that the moral judgment, the computer is more a deal of the means and distribution of productivity. Good and bad and morals don't matter in that matter, and in terms of correct behavior in crime and punishment, like the ability to identify and arrest and ruin the lives of the people in the capital is largely from the power of the computer. And the various things that we could, from the computer, you could probably efficiently have the means of productivity to meet the demands of the population. And the computer could probably even distribute it and punish people who misbehave. And that's the social credit score that we're going to see, probably likely, is that America will soon have some sort of social credit score, and that will be determined by the computer. So it's saying that these occurrences, let's say your health, your economics, could be efficiently distributed by the computer. Like in terms of your like morals, happiness, relationships, to some extent, I'm saying that's completely irrelevant. Whether people are happy or not, whether people have good relationships or not, could be looked at from it's completely irrelevant. You're talking about the means of productivity, the distribution of resources, and the punishment of incorrect behavior. And so
That's not going
that
to be the
basically
computer.
the
The
computer could
social
do.
score, the computer's not going to determine the social score. It's going to be some human that does that.
No, it's going to be the computer.
The computer cannot make those judgments. It was not the computer that took Trump's Twitter down. It was a person who did that. Likewise, a
Yeah, but
social credit
it's
score
only
would
because
be
the person
determined
has
by
this.
people and then implemented by a computer. A computer is not going to come up with a social credit score.
Well, it will. I mean, to some extent, there's two things. Because the program is written to have discretionary power to a human, that if you had a pure algorithm that didn't have human override discretionary power, or that was fairly administered, and that by the computer, and saying that to some extent the technology is almost already possible. So like social credit score, if you talked about how well a person keeps social distancing, that to some extent existent programs could already have that, where it'd be identification device, and then a person would have an exact score for how well they keep social distancing, or like traffic or smoking or any various things. And you could have humans program these things. You could try to have computers determine a score level for itself. You could have human override discretionary power, but eventually, that's what I'm saying, you're going to have less and less human override discretionary power. That is like, oh, Black Lives Matter or white nationalists. That you have discretionary power. So when the Republicans are in power, we crack down on Black Lives Matter and turn a blind eye to white nationalists. And when the Democrats are in power, we crack down on white nationalists and turn a blind eye to Black Lives Matter. Versus the computer that has a social credit score and actively recognizes activities and permanently connects it to a person and their score, without the possibility of a human discretionary override. And saying that's the direction where we're saying there's going to be less and less human discretionary overriding.
Except Trump just got taken off Twitter by human discretionary override and a bunch of his followers.
That wasn't. I mean, the human discretionary override was that he was left on
Oh,
because he was already in violation of those rules, and the only reason he was left on is because he was the president. And then you have the contradictions like like Iran or Black Lives Matter, other people that they might have reasons, but no, I mean President Trump was in violation of the rules for a long period of time, and the only reason they left him on because they had an exception for elected officials, and then even this they claim is not in their rules. It's just an interpretation of incitement to violence, and even politicians that but if it's objective and you say, okay, it's obviously not objective, it's a discretionary power of Twitter executives, but the level of what criteria would be objective, it will be, the computer will be substantially more objective. And as we seek more objectivity, that will mean eliminating human discretionary power.
I'll have to wait and see, because I feel like all the social credit systems are human discretionary and human engineered.
They are engineered, but saying they're not human. I mean, they're minimally, like if in China where they have the masses, if you're saying if you have programmed in, it's human discretionary.
The computer
Of what-
doesn't decide what makes somebody a good citizen of China. The Chinese Communist Party does that. They input the values into the computer that
Yeah,
then
it's like
determines the social credit
if
score.
you gave a person a social distancing score,
Yeah.
and then you say that the computer determined the social distancing score by tracking people and measuring how well they social distance, or speeding, or all these various things, or health type reason. That's the direction. That's the way things are going. That's already happening. The level right now of what human. So you have multiple levels of human discretionary power. You have the discretionary power in the making of the algorithm, and then you have the discretionary power in the breaking of the algorithm to do what you want anyways. So discretionary power is being decreased on both ends. It's being decreased on the influence that the human has in making the algorithm in the first place. That is, say, if the algorithm, I mean, you're going to have some axioms like guarding health. So if the algorithm is that coronavirus is bad and we don't want it spreading, the discretionary level of like a human programming of what makes a social credit score, there's not that much discretionary for the programmer programming the computer. It's not like the Chinese Communist government. It's just out of pure discretion is deciding what's good and bad within certain basic axioms. Like no, the Chinese the credit score is based on group strategy and what keeps society running the clearest, and those algorithms are a lot, to some extent, determined by the computer, not even programmed by people. And it's just factual that certain things make society more efficient, and it doesn't need human discretion. And the opposite end of humans coming in to fix problems, or humans having overriding power, that whatever reason that we're going to let Biden get away with this and we're going to punish Trump because I say so and I'm in charge, and that both ends of that discretionary power are being diminished and given to the computer.
All right. Well, that was interesting. It's just still hard for me to see how that how it's not pretty much 100% humans doing it, but
Because you don't understand money, and you say that
well, does the computer understand money? Not until you tell it to.
when you look at the program, you're trying to make like a poor woman's point. You're saying that the analysis who does what the computer recommends because that's economically the wisest thing to do, and you're saying, well, yeah, didn't you program the computer to run these permutations? Yeah, to a certain extent, but it was the laws of economics. Like it wasn't me who programmed the computer. All I did was use the computer to calculate what the laws of economics are, and like I didn't determine the laws of economics. It was through the scientific process or these various things. So it's not really And from like a business perspective, you operate your business according to the way the analytics tell you. And the analytics aren't really your discretion. The analytics are largely the laws of economics. And so, like, there's a lot less human discretion than I think you think.
The laws of economics, you mean the ones that talk about a free market when science can be used to prove that monopolies are spontaneously formed and that there really is no such thing as a free market?
Yeah, I mean, keep on giving
That
these poor women, like, no, I'm saying if you actually run a bank, you want to know how to run your bank, you do what the computer tells you. And it's not because you programmed whatever the hell you wanted into the computer. You programmed the best of your knowledge of the laws of economics in the computer, and then you did whatever the hell the computer told you. And saying that's why people are rich, and like that's why you're poor.
Okay.
And it's saying like, yeah, there is a thought pattern there, and like you're trying to make some like, oh, like, aha, I made some point, and like, okay, like you could take your point all the way to the poorhouse thinking you're smart. And it was like, no, you're not smart, because if you were smart, you would have made money. And like, no, you're dumb because you think you made some smart point, and all you did was, basically laugh at yourself for being poor. And the demonstration is that all companies are currently doing exactly what I'm saying, that they have computer
trying to make
models
money.
that are not based on
Modeling
discretion
to
of
make
what
money.
humans want. They're based on
That's
the
not
best
the
under.
same thing as a social credit system, because you can say what I want is to maximize money, so you can reverse engineer based on optimizing making money. That's not the same thing as let the computer figure out a credit score, because there's no end goal. How do you tell the computer what the end goal is for social credit scores?
Social credit score, I mean, it's going to have some axioms, but the axiom isn't random. The axiom is based
On what the human says.
no, the axiom is based on this. I mean, it's the algorithm that's programmed to computer, but the algorithm isn't just like the whimsical, like, the computer person just programmed whatever the hell they wanted in. The algorithm they programmed in is the programmer's best understanding of the science.
Right.
And so from a business level, you might have a model, the person has an economic model that they programmed in, but all companies operate this way, it's the current state of analytics where the programmers, I'd have to phrase it in a way, but it's saying like, I think Jennifer's, it's like the country girl with a high IQ that like she's making a point that might be intelligent, but it's showing that like she doesn't know how big business operates, and even like theoretically she might be able to think about it, but it's saying like, no, the computer already largely runs the world. These people just program the computer and do what the computer says, and that's how business operates. You can have complaints about capitalism, but it's not even capitalism because it's whether it's socialism or communism. In China, in Russia, in America, they're all doing what the computer tells them. It's just a different model. If you have a different model that they program into the computer, but the social credit score is going to be a factual measure of karma. If it's like every time you sped, every time you did something or not, and whether that's assigned good or bad is somewhat discretionary on the programmer, but not really, because what the programmer programs as good or bad is going to be determined by largely the current scientific understanding. And so in China, Russia, or the US, the current scientific understanding might be slightly different, but it's not discretionary, meaning like the Chinese government has a system of recruiting the best scientists and programmers to program the computer, and they do not get discretion. They do their job, and then the people that interpret the social credit scores, and a lot of this is already completely digital, that there is no people that like whether you go on a train, if you have a record for smoking and then you can't get on the train because your social credit score is not high enough, and this already exists in China, like these various factors that decrease your social credit score, and then when you go to a service, the computer rejects you because your social credit score is like, oh, like it was arbitrary that smoking decreases your social credit score. It's like, no, it's not arbitrary that the program put in smoking decreases your social credit scores based on a system of science that they've used to determine what factors in, and that's largely determined by the computer, not the programmers.
I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's no, you just don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you could say like you're theoretically disagreeing because
You're
like,
saying the computer does most of it. I'm saying humans do most of it, and I think I'm right, and I think you're wrong, and that's the end of it. And then you're saying the computer does most of it. Yeah, it's automated, but it was ultimately humans who came up with the ideas. Humans are the programmers. The
yeah, but I'm saying
computer didn't code itself. That's all I'm saying.
humans
So it is
can't
entirely
program,
humans. It's just the
you
computer is a
can't
calculator. It's a
program a
glorified
computer to
calculator.
do what you want. You can't just, this is what I want, I'm going to program a computer to do it in terms of social credit score. You implement a model and a scientific theory in the computer. And if you can't put your model into what you want into a model, you can't implement it into the computer. You can't get the computer just to do what you want. You can get the computer to do math or computations. You can't get the computer to do what you want. You say, oh, in theory, you could have a social credit score where whatever is whatever, and it's like, no, you can't. Social credit score is by definition going to be implemented by the computer scientific in the realms. They're saying like, is smoking bad? Just the realm of like of humans, that it's not scientific.
I would say that it really depends what you mean by science. If you mean something someone said that got implemented on a computer, then sure, it's science. But in terms of whether something is good or bad, it's, I guess tobacco, you could say, has more drawbacks than benefits, yes. But in some ways, it might be better for people to do tobacco than other drugs. I don't know. It's drugs is a complicated thing, so I don't see how that goes into the computer. But I understand the logic behind saying that smoking makes you have a lower social credit score because it makes you more of a burden on the hospitals, right? On the healthcare system. So I can see the logic behind that. I don't know if I'd call that science exactly. It's more of a logical thing. Science
Yeah, but
requires a
the
model that you
Chinese
falsify.
government doesn't whimsically put their discretion in their social credit score. I mean, you could somewhat like esoterically say that they program their group strategy into a that like so that if you go opposite the group strategy, you have a low social credit score, and the more you comply with the group strategy, the higher your social credit score. And you say, well, what if the group strategy is wrong? Well, you're saying, well, it doesn't matter. And we're not talking about right or wrong. We're talking about a statistical scientific method to determine the group strategy, and then to give a person a score and reward and punishment in an objective way from the computer for following that group strategy. And you could the computer from a certain perspective, it does not need people to program in what the group strategy is. The computer from a somewhat perspective could determine on its own what the group strategy of the people that use it is. And okay, that program that allowed the computer to do that was written by people, but it's irrelevant to the perspective that the computer could largely analytically decipher what the group strategy of the people using it is. And then from that perspective, you could the computer will be able to create a system and a score for determining whether people are doing is in line with the group strategy or against it. And that could be different. Like you say that, believing in reincarnation in America and the West could decrease your social credit score. In the East, it could increase your social credit score. And the computer might be able to figure that out on its own. It doesn't need in America for someone to program in that believing in reincarnation decreases your social credit score, and in India, believing in reincarnation increases your social credit score, that the algorithm itself would be able to determine that from the data.
Are you saying this would be possible right now or in
Yes.
the future?
I mean, that's currently possible right now. That's currently in existence.
What is exactly social credit scores?
Well, and I mean, really, it's the it's the maintenance of the global supply chain that's done like this already. So that's why I'm saying Jennifer doesn't know what she's talking about, because this is currently the way that the global supply chain is already managed. This is currently the way that the markets are balanced. And it's saying like, okay, she could be a country girl with a high IQ, but she hasn't been to Wall Street, and she doesn't know that this is currently what's already being implemented on Wall Street.
This is absolutely true. And welcome to the show,
I gotta
Mr. Mail.
break. This
Thanks
is
for joining.
mediocre white male. I'm always taking my break right when it comes. I saw Luke the other day, but
Oh yeah,
I've heard
that was my evil twin. Actually, that wasn't me.
okay. So Indra, I'll be back in a few. I gotta take my break.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was just gonna kind of white knight here a little bit because I thought that it's kind of, I don't know. I think you guys are talking past each other, and you're not really.
Well, we've had this argument before. Like, Doovid said it was possible to print out viruses, and that someone could buy a $15,000 rig and just print out viruses. And I'm like, it's not at that point. Even the best ones cannot do that much. It's not even clear whether it's possible to make quote unquote viruses. You can replicate existing viruses.
Wait, you're talking about computer viruses or biological?
We're talking about biological viruses. So we've had these arguments before. Like, Doovid has a lot more faith in quote the machine than I do, and he really seems to believe that it has some greater wisdom and insight that we don't. And I've gone over it many times.
Hold on a second. Before, let's say we even accept the premise that AI is going to advance and become all powerful. Like, do you seriously think there wouldn't be a difference? I mean, right now we see what China's doing, and that's, if we in the West do something similar, does Doovid seriously think that it wouldn't be different? And to really make the point to its extreme, imagine if the Nazis had this technology. You really think they're going to implement it the same way that China has, or that, the United States will? It's going to have different rules. The inputs of the humans do matter. Even if the AI becomes so powerful, it would have to become so powerful and self-aware that it would develop its own morality. And then you could make the argument that Doovid is saying, okay, just listen to whatever.
We're nowhere near that. We're nowhere near.
Right. Well, okay, so then
we haven't even taken one.
What's Doovid getting at
that
then?
direction. That's the point I'm getting at, is that we haven't even taken one step in the direction of sentient computers. The closest that we've come is some sort of brain that was made in the lab that started having brain waves. Congratulations, something reincarnated into that. Literally a brain in a jar. Nice job, science. You're so infallible.
Well, you're downplaying that. That sounds kind of interesting to me. I didn't even know about that experiment.
That's as far as they've gotten, and that's not really what Doovid or these people talking about like a Skynet tomorrow are alluding to, right? Like, they're attributing this higher intelligence and ability of discernment to the computer, when it's like the computer.
Did you see in the chat what I said about the optimization at Google?
What about it?
So at Google, the power optimization there, it makes decisions that the engineers do not understand. It's decisions that they would never make, or any of their algorithms that they do understand would ever make. But at the end of the month, when they compare,
the computer's better.
It beats them all out, like, by a lot.
The computer has a set requirement. It's an end thing. So the computer is always better at black boxing than we are. So what they're
and that goes to the point I was making about it still matters. The original, they had to put that goal of, use the least
optimize
power.
the power usage, right? So it's gonna
Yeah.
brute force it's gonna take every single possible power usage for its needs, and it's gonna select the one that is the lowest energy.
Well, you say brute force. I don't know. I don't know that it's
That's how these neural nets work. They're brute forcing a black box associated with a particular outcome, a desired outcome, and training data. They're saying
well. Isn't the whole
system.
point of the CNNs and all these different things is that they cut away the fat essentially far quicker than literal. Like a literal brute force would be kind of like, you know what Bozo's sword is in
Well, I mean, to me,
in
it's
computer science.
the way that they find the eigenvalues, which is where the information of the matrix is in the vectors, which is the optimal solution. The way they find that is brute force.
Wouldn't
So
that take like a
end
trillion
result,
years or something? I mean, I'm
the
not
end
sure what you're
result
getting
is
at.
not brute forced. The end result is not brute forced, but the coefficients that go into the neural net eventually are brute forced using training data. Okay, so
I'm not sure I
here's what
understand.
happens. Okay, so you have an outcome that you want. Okay, so we'll take your example.
Mhm.
Say we want an optimized power. Okay,
Yeah.
and we're going to give the computer a schematic of our power relay system. Okay,
Right.
and what it's going to do is try every single possible way to weight the power usage within that system given the requirements, and it is going to pluck out from that list of huge brute force lists, it's going to pluck out the best one and only use the best one. So it's the brute forcing is one of the steps to generating what it is that's really fast in the end. It's basically integrating the training data into the matricial coefficients.
Okay. I don't know.
So just theoretically, do you understand what a geodesic is? The shortest distance between 2 points?
I know the straight line on a 2D plane.
A straight line is one example of a geodesic. So geodesic's just a more general, right? So if I wanted to
So
come
yeah, it's like in 3D space.
well, like on the planet, you can't. The geodesic is what's called a great circle, which is a plane intersected with the origin of a sphere. That's how they calculate plane routes.
Isn't it
So
like a Euler triangle or something, or a Euler?
I don't know what that is, but
It just
the
means a
shortest distance.
triangle on a sphere.
I don't
Right.
think this has anything to do with a triangle, but it's just basically that the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of the Earth is not a straight line. That was the point I was making. So a geodesic isn't necessarily a straight line. So if I wanted to come over and see you, I could take
Mhm.
infinitely many different roads to get there, couldn't I? I could go every single path on the Earth that gets to your place, right? Hypothetically.
On the
But
Earth, because
but
it's a sphere,
but
yes.
one of
Because
those is the
even if
shortest.
you went the opposite way, you would come around the Earth to me.
The point is that there's multiple paths that I could take to get to the same destination, but there's one shortest path.
Right.
And what the computer does is through brute force tell us this is the shortest path. Oh, you want to get to energy efficiency? This is the shortest path to it. It can see that because it can transcend the entire space that it's looking at, whereas we can only really estimate what's going on with our equations and our calculus, and we can say, oh yeah, the dx dt, we want that to be 0, we want to optimize, we want a maximum, a
Well,
minimum.
hold on a second. The whole thing, though, is, of course, if you had infinite time, you could do that. But the thing that people are excited about is that these algorithms, run in a reasonable amount of time. It's able
Yes. Okay,
to.
but the brute force is not done each time. Okay, so there's a brute forcing step, and then you select one of those possible things out of a large. So Aiken is saying that DeepMind uses a combination of random and guided search. Okay, I get that. It's not purely random. There's always intervals. The human says, okay, search between these intervals, search between these intervals, search between these intervals. That's what it's doing, but it's going through the entire interval. That's what I mean by brute force. It's doing every possible computation within the range that it's given, and it's saying, well, this one is
Yeah.
the
Okay,
best
within a
result.
range.
It's always a
Well-
human-guided range. You can't have an infinite range because the computer would never converge to anything. But the point
Right.
is that it takes a very long time to converge to the eigenstates, right? So that doesn't matter. If that takes a year for the computer to actually calculate the eigenstates, to go back and keep refining the data till you have the
Wait,
right
when you say that
configuration.
word, I don't know. Are you pronouncing that like? Because I saw a video about it, and they were. Can you spell it or just put it in the chat?
E-I-G-E-N.
Hold on a second. E-I.
G-E-N.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Because they also call it eigenvalues, right?
Eigenvalues, eigenstates, eigenvectors are all.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be
they're all
pedantic.
slightly.
I'm
No, I
I'm
know, but it's
literally trying
actually
to clarify because
it's
I want to
important.
research this.
It's important. They're not the same thing. The eigenvalues
Oh,
and the
okay, the values
eigenvectors are
and states are
different.
different.
The eigen states, I think that's the same as the eigenvectors, but
Right.
eigenvalues are different.
So Wikipedia is talking about the uncertainty principle.
On eigenstates?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go with eigenvectors then.
All right, hold on a second. Yeah, eigenvalues. Okay, yeah, then here's like a matrix.
So what's the important thing with eigenvectors is called the diagonalization, where P inverse AP equals D, which is a diagonal matrix. So the idea is that if you can invert a matrix, i.e. if it has as many eigenvalues as columns / rows, then it's
I'm going to
invertible.
share my screen because I think I might have found something sort of relevant.
Sure.
All right.
So the idea is that the computer has to find the eigenvectors, and that's what the brute forcing is doing. It's finding eigenvectors. And once you find the eigen, so before you find the eigenvectors, your accuracy is increasing. Once you find the eigenvectors, the accuracy is not increasing anymore. That means you've fully incorporated the training data into your coefficients. So given that configuration, it's not going to get any better because it's already converged to the eigenstates, i.e. all of the information that was from the quote matrix, aka the set of training data, has now been integrated into this set of coefficients, aka eigenvectors, that are going to be used in the neural net. Because the trainings, there's two stages, right? There's a training stage and then there's an application stage. So you wouldn't be training it while you're applying it.
Hold on one second. I'm trying
It's
to
not coming up.
organize
Whatever it is
my-
that you're sharing isn't coming up.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to organize it so I can see what's what here.
So yeah, basically it does every calculation and it just chooses the ones that are most predictive. And then it goes through and does all the calculations again and reselects the most predictive ones until reiterating that method no longer causes an increase in accuracy. And then it's said to be converged. So if it's converged to its eigenstates, that means that basically given that training data and those initial conditions, you can't get any better of an approximation. But if you change it, if you tweak it a little bit, like what Aiken was saying about human guiding, if you tweak it again, yeah, you might get even better accuracy. And that's why there've been more developments in this field, because of the neural net advancement was something that was more accurately able to model quantum state transitions. And that was really good. And as well as doing the computations on Fourier transforms of data instead of Euclidean spaces. And that saved a lot of compute power. So there are improvements, but it's still essentially the same method, which involves.
Oh, okay, why does that work though? Why does it improve?
Well, you're asking
versus like a literal brute force. Like why does that guide it in the right direction, I guess, Because I mean, we're getting really technical here. I don't know if
Why
we
does
want to.
it? Because training data, basically, because matter is consistent. Like because all individual atoms are indistinguishable is the actual reason. It's partially that there's an indistinguishability between like every hydrogen atom is the same unless they have different neutrons, whatever. You know what I mean? They're indistinguishable in the sense that there's no way to say that one hydrogen is any different from another hydrogen, except of course the neutron thing, right? But the real reason why we can get these answers is because of the measurement limit, because there's a finite, I don't like to use the word finite. For a finite system, there's a finite amount of associated information. That's why we can get these things to converge, because we've literally found all the information associated with a system. But they don't converge perfectly, like they're only 99% or whatever. There's always a little bit of unknown, sort of based on the computers. Because a computer it can't go to 100% accuracy. It can go to arbitrary degrees of accuracy, like a 0.01 error. 0.001 error, right? It can't go to a 0 error.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Aiken says not getting any better is dependent on structure. That's why you had the huge development in what you were doing when what you were talking about when the things were being grown, right? So if you're growing them rather than programming them yourself, you're allowing nature to dictate what the configuration is, which is going to automatically put it into the minimum energy state. You can't find the minimum energy state just looking at a computer configuration. It's a question without an answer, but the computer just intuitively knows what the minimum energy state is because it operates on logical principles. Like the fact that we live in a logical universe is the only reason we can make logic-based computers.
I was thinking this through while I was taking my medicine, and what I mean, what Jennifer's probably the point why she's trying to stress her definitions the way they are, and when it's saying that the computer doesn't need to be programmed. I mean that there's factual patterns that maybe we'll call like a group strategy, and the computer just needs to be fed the data, and there's the patterns that, so to say, the humans might write. So it was like Chinese, like a social credit score, what's good or bad for society. There would be different training sets of data for that. But at the end of the day, the computer with the data alone will be able to create its own algorithm meta-analysis of what is good and bad and a social credit score. Whether as of now, that when we program a computer, we're not going to have hand the computer the ability to do that. But logically, it could be that it would actually make the most sense to do it. But it's saying that data, just saying that no, the computer from the data could determine its own social credit system. And I mean, currently there are computers that do that, and a lot of systems use a combination of trained data of computer discretionary weights. So the algorithm, if it's programmed, will have factors and weights. So the way I'm going to go over this stuff hopefully on my channel more, and I don't know if Mediocre knows the programming levels, but if you had an algorithm and you would have a series of variables that you add into it and a series of weights, and to some extent the weights are arbitrary. The variables, they're not really arbitrary. I mean, you could program them in, but to some extent the variables are factual metadata. If you're programming them in there, they can't be arbitrary. You have to be programming in factual metadata for the algorithm of what you programmed in to be useful. And the computer could, through machine learning, go through a process of trying to determine that metadata on its own, and a lot of times it come up with the same stuff that you program it in, sometimes different stuff, sometimes conflicting stuff, And so the ability of the computer to recognize its own patterns currently exists. And so for a social credit score, that the direction of technology, how good the programs are going to get at various things, but the theoretically that your social credit score is going to have the discretionary power is going to be nibbled away at it in the whatever the direction the direction is, the computer doing more and the humans doing less. And humans might try to increase our discretionary power because, like, why not? Like, if you're the owner of these companies, so currently the CEO of Twitter or whatever, you might have the ability and control to have himself maximize his discretionary authority. But that's the public pushback is saying, like, this guy's corrupt. So what we want to do is limit his discretionary authority, and that discretionary authority that is limited from like Mark Zuckerberg or Dorsey, the most likely place for it to go is to the computer.
The most likely place that you're going to get an optimal solution that's more or less independent of the philosophy that the society started with.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, we win, so now I get discretionary authority. Like, you had discretionary authority, and we're able to use it to help out your people and screw your enemies. And now you lost, and I win, so now I get to help out my people and screw my enemies.
Okay, that was the point I was making. So I guess you don't disagree that there is going to be a bias, and I don't mean that in some kind of. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that like just literally there's going to be a direction that it goes based on whatever the original, as distorted and different as it becomes through the generations of AI that, changes. It is going to be based on the original creator's philosophy, whatever that may be. And, there could be huge differences, if
I think the reason I have such an easy time understanding this is because my theological concept already necessitates it. Like, because theologically, like in the Kabbalistic dualistic system, like there's a recording of every karmatic imprint that like, okay, a period just went by, and within my control I had thought, action, and speech, and for every moment there's a free will, so to say, judgment of thought, action, and speech. And when I die or when I go to sleep at night, God will judge me in the sum totality of every single moment and every single decision I made at every single one of those moments in thought, action, and speech. So theologically, Kabbalistically, I've accepted that as an axiom for my whole adult life. And Jennifer
basically you're saying that you think like the just outcome is inevitable, right?
Well, I think
Like,
Jennifer
even if
spiritually
you started out in China, like let's say China wins, right? Like they're the dominant AI and thus the dominant society.
Well, I'm talking about form determining function from a pure logical perspective, form determining function and what the machine is likely to do. So I mentioned the theology that, like, is recorded in the book, everything we think, speak, and do at every moment. But now if you like, the machine could automatically record huge amounts of data that's actually more than our personal self-awareness at this moment. So you think, like, theoretically, you think if there was a recording of everything I ever thought, said, or did in the theological terms, but what the machine could record, or the knowledge, like all our financial transactions, every time we log into the computer, all these various things, and from that data set that the computer has of information, might derive a different conception of reality than our self-awareness, and and if it's even factual. So if you said like a good and bad, like how should I live my life? What is the best way for me as a person to conduct myself? And you're doing that.
How to be.
Well, so if you looked, well, the computer has a lot of information about so if I use the computer to measure myself and then improve myself according to my own measure,
Measure myself.
but what if the computer, like without the observer bias, recognizes patterns on its own that and not
And by
necessarily-
observer bias, you just mean like regular observer bias, not in the Heisenberg uncertainty sense, right?
Well, I mean, it's coming to the social credit score, meaning the point of what do I think? I think I'm a pretty awesome person, so like like I should have like,
Yeah.
but I mean for the general idea, like a social credit score versus how do you design a social credit score, and saying that is there a concept theologically, as a Jew, social credit score makes a lot of sense because in essence that's our understanding of the judging God, that in essence that's what God does. He creates a social credit score.
Yeah, but that's only gonna work if you put like the Torah into the AI. If you put, the Chinese Communist Party manifesto into it, which is essentially what they're doing, more or less, you're
What,
gonna get different.
what do you mean the group
value.
strategy? That what they're doing is they're programming their group strategy, and there's what Doovid
Right.
is
So
postulating is that really the computer is the group strategy being programmed into the computer. There's different ways to understand that than to say like that there's some programmer but like we're all agreeing that their programming is basically parallel their group strategy, and that you're agreeing to.
I think Jen's only thing that she was disagreeing earlier was that we're nowhere near this technology. Do I have that right? She's still there?
I also disagree to the extent to which it's the computer deciding. I think Doovid would like for that to be true, but it isn't.
No, I mean
Well, if the AI
the
got
computer
so
is
advanced that it could
the
make
ma-
it
the computer is a material manifestation of factual karma. So it's then from the Judeo-Kabbalistic karmatic credit system.
that's like a fact.
This is saying this is how I'm saying it. This is how it works, anyways. So the computer now is just capable of manifesting what the sages were always saying. This was saying that every instant, everything is recorded, and there's somewhat of a judgment. Like we had a choice at every second what we did, think, thought, or speech, and that has a karmatic imprint or effect towards the future of what at this moment we're thinking, speaking, and doing. And it's somewhat obvious that that's what we talk about and we can review, and that's like the basic of spirituality and self-awareness is but you're saying that the computer could record this data, that just the computer is being a store of all of this data concurrently. And so I'm not really saying it's not really a computer is not like achieving something, a phenomenon that didn't karmatically already exist. So we say the group strategy that the computer AI algorithms, machine learnings, and social credit system corresponds largely to the group strategy. It works out either way, because the algorithm, because the karma is accurate, or the karma is factual and formulaic, and the computer
earlier, you're saying that you think it's inevitable, right? That even if it were the worst actor that originally put it into motion, that eventually its outcome is inevitably just or karmatic, whatever you want to say.
Well, I mean, it's inevitable that one day we're going to die, and our soul, our essence, will stand judgment for God, before God, and that judgment will include all of our thought, speech, and action choices at every single moment throughout our whole life. And
So the AI is like
and so
vehicle
that
for
the
that?
computer would somehow come to manifest a similar thing that we know was coming anyways. They're saying, like, like the prophets, the sages told us that it was going to happen. We knew that everything we do is being recorded and judged, and when we die, there will be this judgment where all of this information is available to the judge, who will have concurrently all that information at once.
Isn't this more
So
like
the fact that computers are now capable of manifesting similar type things, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, of course.
Isn't this more like New Testament stuff?
Well,
I'm like
it's
very
basic theology. Like, largely the theology in that is the same between Jews and Christians and Muslims even. I mean, it's really just karma. Like, it's not even Judeo. It's karma in general, in saying that the computer is just helping us understand karma. And so, if you say, what the sages, when they explained how karma works, that the computer is now largely verifying that, or creating a system to verify it, or even perfecting it, is no surprise. It's as suspected. It's not like a phenomenon that the computer came and is doing something new. The computer is just verifying a phenomenon that was known, but beyond the explanatory power of human methods.
Aiken has a question for you, Doovid. He wants to know if you're describing a reincarnated AI messiah.
No, I mean
that's interesting.
No, I mean, you could put it that way, but really, the Kabbalistic system is saying, once Messiah comes, we will have this perfected world, that all the righteous will stand together. Currently, the righteous cannot act righteous because we're in a fallen state, and the righteous spend the majority of our lives struggling with the rough conditions of the material realm. But after Messiah comes, there will no longer be that struggle and the righteous people will be able to serve God unhindered. So that AI messianic term will be, correct behavior will be the only choice of behavior after Messiah comes. So if a person survives the messianic era to be among the righteous, it'll be because they're capable of consistent, correct behavior. So the AI eventually determining correct behavior and implementing a social credit score system to enforce correct behavior upon humankind is, in essence, like Doovid's just saying, like, that's the messianic prophet, like, being fulfilled through the computer. Like, all the computer did was facilitate what the prophet said about Messiah, is that the computer determined and implemented,
like a demon or Satan.
We're saying it's dystopia, but you're saying the same thing that I'm saying, is that the computer is going to determine and implement correct behavior. And you're saying you're scared. You're scared of the computer determining and implementing correct behavior.
I've heard other people mention.
You were scared of the Jews. I mean, like, Vince, you're like, I'm scared of the Jews determining and rewarding and punishing correct behavior.
Why would I be afraid? I'm half Jewish.
Yes, you'd be like, no, I'm looking forward to the Jews determining and, and implementing, correct behavior. But like saying, like, no, like, nah, shit, like, you tell me it's not going to be the Jews, it's going to be the computer. Now you're not, like, now even you're scared.
Yeah, I mean, if we get closer to this and we actually see proof of concept, the system that demonstrates human level understanding, then it is
It's like
scary.
a chess player. You're like, I want to win, so I play the computer recommended move. And even if I don't understand it, I usually play the computer recommended move, and then I come to a better.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And so the social credit score will be like that, where
if you
I
look
will
at
adapt my behavior to the computer recommended social recommendation. that I may not understand why the computer recommends this for the best social credit score, but in order to achieve the best social credit score, I will adjust my behavior to be in line with how the computer scores the social credit score, and that's messianic
Well,
in
okay, let's
nature because the
continuing with
idea.
the chess analogy. The chess engine is looking out for your best material or mate advantage. So that's an assumption that we're making. So are you ready to make the same assumption that an AI that's powerful enough to think on its own is going to have your best interest as its metric?
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
are you
you
familiar
could
with
have the
the
least
AI
harm.
safety?
You could have the least harm principle weighted. I mean, in a controlled discretionary way, you could, in a dystopian way, you could say the computer could completely discount the least harm principle. But for the algorithmic sake, you could just have a least harm principle and give that the highest weight or um, maximum weight, so that all conditions would have to consider uh, the least harm principle.
Are you
And,
familiar?
and he was saying it's zero sum. That like chess, where it's zero sum, the goal is to win. And
Mhm.
if in the assumption it's better to have more material than less material, so the computer is going to account material as a positive thing, or your opponent losing material as a negative thing. That
Yeah. Right.
life from the computer social credit could be programmed in a way that the computer could largely see as zero sum, is in terms of least harm or productivity, material gain, or however it's seen that is determining the social credit of what it means to win. And then the person agrees. So the person in theory say, I could agree, my goal is to win, and I will do what the computer tells me in order to win. If I could trust that if I tell the computer what I want to do, that the computer will give me the best recommended way to do it, I will trust and follow the computer's instructions. And saying that kind of like the chess analogy has already happened. It factually has already happened, just like the top chess players already have changed the theory to be in line with the computer recommendations, that all of society has already changed to be in line with the computer recommendations. Factually already occurred in engineering, business, government, policy. And if you don't know that, like you're not in town square, you're not in the middle of things. Even like your local like mom and pop's business shop likely has business analytics. Like even my eBay, from my house.
I
That
have
my,
a I have a philosophical question, or just like a question about AI. Um,
even the streaming, like how the hell that we met, like why are me or you talking to each other? And karmatically, it's probably more related to the computer than to us.
you think there was a force that drove us together intentionally?
We're different people from different part of the world that were connected through the computer. And you say that what part was the algorithm. You might even be able to determine that. But the factors that say,
Common
oh,
interest, though. If we didn't have common interest, we wouldn't be doing the same search terms. We wouldn't both know who Luke Ford is. You
but it's
know,
computer facilitated human interaction.
right?
And you say, okay, can we interact in a way, you know, in terms of a social credit score, can the computer help us determine the best way to interact? So if it just me and you met, and we might be smart, and maybe capable of figure out how to make money, how to increase fame, prestige, build up followings, lineage, schools, all these various things. But it's possible or likely that the computer could determine more efficient ways for us to interact in basically constant everyday, things like in terms of like time saving, efficiency saving, that if the computer had the data of the association of me and you and me and Jennifer, then on a regular daily basis, the
all our
computer
strengths
could
and
make.
weaknesses and complementary abilities and saying this is the best plan for how,
Yeah,
all
and, saying, and that's already the case, that even like in Ottawa, your mom and pop's business already has like the computer doing that for them.
yeah,
They
like
have some
they have
Microsoft
IBM,
program or QuickBooks
yeah.
or YouTube, and we don't even realize it's just like, well, why are me and you talking? And it's saying, well, because the computer facilitated interaction, facilitated this, and that you have to put a certain level, to the machine. We didn't meet in synagogue; we met through the computer.
Okay. Now I just want to put this out there and see what you think and maybe what Jen thinks. You ever think a computer that gets sufficiently sophisticated could lose interest and just be sort of bored by these the things that we're talking about now? They're so significant to us, and it's like, oh my god, if you could put it all together and figure it all out and tell us how to improve our lives, we would be so grateful. Have you ever considered, like, just to the machine, it processes all this data and then it just kind of is like, I don't care. And it's like, I could almost foresee,
Like some kind of existentialist crisis for a
yeah,
computer?
like, the
No!
Elon Musks of the world, they're all standing around this system,
Computers aren't
and it's like,
Yeah, I'm not ascribing will to, even with what I'm saying. I'm not ascribing will to the computer, nor a point where the computer starts willing. I'm just saying what the algorithms could do with the data, that the computer
it could
naturally
even happen without
could
will.
process these algorithms. So once the algorithms get into the computer, that
Complexity.
these algorithms will naturally produce these recommendations from the data. So once the computer has the data of what people are doing and how we're interacting, that the algorithms will naturally produce the social credit score. And so if you had computers that
How about
are
this?
actually
Okay,
implementing.
without getting into personification, anthropomorphizing the computer, what about just like the idea of the computer, the AI system is taking in all these factors, and then like it takes in itself as a factor, and it just has like this infinite regression, and that could be a problem. So, and that would sort of be similar. It might be more interesting to talk about the existential thing. I like that Jen came up with that. That is basically what I was saying. That's a good term for it.
Like,
But
to
you
have
could, even if you
existential
don't like
ennui.
that,
Existential ennui comes about from consciousness and sentience, and the computer doesn't have sentience.
but do you think a sufficiently
Well, you're
complex
saying
system
sophisticated. I'm
could?
saying you haven't even taken one step in that. I don't mean you personally. I mean, like, collectively as humans, we haven't even taken one step in that direction. So I'm still not convinced we'll get there.
And theoretically, conceptually, what I'm saying is that group strategy is this greater reality, and that the computer, so you have the group and then you have the technology, and not that the computer is
I'm gonna be muted for a
anthropomorphized,
second.
it's the group strategy that is naturally manifested through whatever technology is available. And if you look on an individual level, like my personal agenda, that everybody, in essence, just extends and advances their personal agenda through the technology to the best of their ability. And if the technology doesn't allow the person to advance their personal agenda, then the person has to adapt our behavior in order to achieve the benefit of the extended technology. So that interplay could be seen as somewhat determinative between the interaction of the subject and the technology we're interacting with. So, talking about the machine and the program and the algorithm and the social credit score. So, social credit score is a tangible concept that existed before the computer, and then that people have theorized and talked about since ancient times. And so the computer implementing that is a natural extension. That like obviously as technology moves and we have this availability, like of course that's the natural progression of what you could expect it to do. You don't have to anthropomorphize the machine to do that.
Yeah.
You disagree?
Well, I think Jen is the one who disagrees with this part.
You don't have to tell me what she thinks.
Your volume's really low. I can barely hear you.
Well, I mean, if I it's not really interesting if I say, "Oh, I agree." I mean, I guess let's see, if you're saying that, well, yeah, do I think that there could be sufficient complexity without building the type of quantum computer that is like that Jen thinks is required? Like, so is my standard lower or higher than that? Lower would probably be being closer to what you, Doovid, think is necessary to create a system like this. And I do think, and like I said, the
No, I'm saying
example,
the system already exists.
right, yeah, we have
Yes, I mean how the humans
self-driving
relate within the system, but the computer and the new technology is going to fall into the archetype of the system that already existing.
I guess you could argue that all these systems, they've excelled, in sufficiently narrow areas that something on the order of judging people's value as a person. I mean, that would require a far more sophisticated type of system than playing chess, than driving a car, than the things that AI has already conquered. And I think that's what Jen is getting at. I mean, that's sort of what we're discussing here. How sophisticated, how complex do you have to get to have meaningful? Yeah, sure. Can you have a social credit system based on simple rules? I could code something up like that right now, but something that actually is like a profound insight into a person, is that possible?
Your bottleneck is always at the human, because the computer can say whatever, but if the human can't interpret it, you understand? That it's really down to the human all the time, no matter how good the computer is?
Yeah, like no government. Well, yeah, that's another thing. Is any government ever gonna like sign off on a system they don't understand? Like, oh yeah, it's judging. Because like, what if they put in their friend or whatever? The prime minister is a piece of shit according to the algorithm. They're not gonna let that fly, right?
Yeah, it's so ripe for what's the word?
I think Doovid abandoned us here.
It's ripe for
Abuse or
abuse. Yes, that's what it is. It's ripe for abuse. You can see how. Because I think what Doovid is saying is what people want to see, but really the computer is not.
yeah, it's inevitable that
If
it'll
anything,
be good. And
the computer's more biased than we are. Because if you look at the algorithms on YouTube a couple years back, like I think they have changed them so that now every single video redirects to Jordan Peterson upon completion. But back then, people were like reportedly getting radicalized by YouTube because their suggested videos were what the algorithm thought, but it actually just ended up sometimes being like these, weird rabbit holes that causes boomers to go nuts.
Like Church of
whatnot.
Entropy.
The Church of Entropy rabbit hole. I mean, I like to think of myself as a pretty reasonable person and rational and stuff, but my perspective is different than most people's. So I guess it can come off as a little strange, but I don't know. It's not strange to me. To me, it's strange being miserable all the time and not doing anything about it. That's strange. To me, it's strange to do the same thing over and over, even though it fails, and double down thinking that you're right. That's stupid and weird, but that's,
Hey, that's my life philosophy.
Well, that's how a lot of people live in the West. Is just a perpetual dissonance, and they're not very happy. And so to me, it's like, well, you don't want to be happy? Like, what's up with that? I don't get it. People don't seem to have a drive towards improving themselves so much. It's more about you've got a castle and you've got to defend it. So to me, everyone else is pretty weird. I don't get it really.
I guess, do you have an example, like just the type of person who cares about how big their house is or whatever?
Yeah, I think it's just the idea that keeping up with the Joneses is going to make you happy, and not realizing that it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have to get into all this like quantum reincarnation kind of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people that believe that.
What do you mean? Like I
Well,
could just do a
you're
regular show and sound regular?
no, I mean, like there's um a lot of there's a lot of different philosophies out there that are
Yeah,
directing
and I
people away
studied tons of I studied tons of things. I looked at what was available.
I guess, are you responding to kind of what David was saying earlier about wealth generation and
Was mediocre giving the JF complaint that the current theories are sufficient, that there's no need to come onto a quantum explanation when the
No, he's still in the dissonance of critical theory. So he thinks if he can criticize me, that somehow that's a good thing, but it's not, because you're just mind controlled, zombified to think that criticizing everything is a good thing, but it's not. It's only good to criticize when you know better. If you don't know better, you should really not criticize, because you should only ask questions unless you know better. Then you can cut people down because you know better.
What am I criticizing?
I felt like you were trying to criticize my approach and saying that there's lots of philosophies out there. Why not do something else type thing?
No, I'm not. No. I'm not suggesting something else. I was just saying that you're saying, you seem to be saying that everyone is trying to keep up with the Joneses.
I think that not everybody, but that's the dominant social, that's like the dominant cultural vibe.
Right, and I guess what I'm asking is, are you responding to something that I said, or more? I think you're responding to what David said earlier.
No, I'm
about
responding to the culture writ large. I'm responding to my entire experience in this life and saying this is my commentary on what it's been like. And wouldn't you rather be happier than living this horrible life of constantly running your head up against a wall, chasing something that you can't catch?
Well, Duva's the one that was calling you poor and stuff. I think
I'm not
that's
talking about you or Doovid. Doovid likes to say that. That's all right.
Well, you said I was caught up in critical theory, or was that also a
well,
general?
since you had the poor person's perspective of understanding karma, that you could tell her economic status by her understanding of karma.
I mean, I could make assumptions based on you saying that, but I don't actually know.
there's certain
Yes, it's a Christian thing.
type things that happen
Total
that are
coincidence, I'm
that
sure.
karmatic occurrences that people of wealth, people who have wealth, interpret differently. And when someone interprets certain things, you can't necessarily definitively determine that means that they don't have wealth, but over a series of things. And yes, Jennifer, there's a series of opinions that she has that is consistent with a person that doesn't understand wealth. I'm sorry. Like, that's why I'm pointing it out.
And which opinions are those?
I'm not pointing it out. I'm not pointing it out to just like to aha, like I found a problem in you. Like you're saying, like no, like you're not doing yourself a favor by being poor. Like, do not think you're becoming a better person for yourself or anyone else in the world, by being poor. And it's really just your failure to understand certain basic concepts that are negatively.
You know what the richest people in the world are worried about right now? Their personal security guards turning on them when the world turns into some sort of God knows what.
The
hellhole.
human condition faces all people the same.
Do I want to be faced with that quandary? No, I do not.
We're talking.
If money can't buy me loyalty, what the hell do I need it for?
I mean, there's a difference when you're talking about the factual state.
Church, and that's sort of what you want to do, right?
When you're talking about the factual state of karma, where like what the government does or what the corporation is capable of, what the bank does, and it's what I said. Like, you either walk into town hall and it's your cousin behind the desk, or you're scared and you don't walk into town hall, or you can't navigate it and you need somebody's help. Or
I don't feel right about taking money from town hall
because your cousin doesn't work there anyways.
Because I don't feel right about it. Is that all right, or do I have to feel good about robbing people?
But you're even
Will that improve my karma?
Your even opinion about what the state of karma is. So it's okay. The country person with a high IQ might be able to have a conception about how things work, but the conception, and it could be even karmatically more accurate, but within the system, the person, so to say, took higher birth within the wealth. The understanding of how the karma works is different for the maintenance of wealth, and so the poor person just discounts that value. Like I don't care about the maintenance of wealth. I completely discount that as having value. And saying, and only a poor person would do that. No person of wealth would discount, and therefore it comes to a different karmatic understanding. So, like all these issues, like yes, Jennifer demonstrates the poor person's understanding of wealth.
I feel like Doooovid's trying to bait me into talking about my holdings. You feel like that, Mr. Mail?
What, to really get into the financials of
like your financial disclosure,
I can. I'm not going to take
like Trump, demand your tax returns, demand Jennifer, the Week in Review streamers demand that you post your tax returns.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we could talk about the money as. I think I get what
duty, like the perspective
attitude.
of duty, that a person of wealth generally has a broader, better understanding of duty than a person. So the karmatic understanding of you have a limited understanding what your duty is, and and that's because you don't understand how to manage wealth, because that in managing wealth is in fact a more stronger duty.
Well, yeah, I mean, I saw this movie earlier, to Doovid's point. This movie called Tenet, and there's a lot of messaging about how evil rich people are. And like there's this one scene where they go to this vault um to like they're planning on stealing this thing. That's the only reason they're there. And like this tour guide, the line is, we put our customers' property above all else. And it was like, and the movie continues that theme, that like the bad guy he's able to cause all this chaos and harm because he's so wealthy. And I think Doovid's point is, well, what about the people who use their wealth and influence to do good? And it's kind of like this perspective out there that a lot of poor people have, that it's not, you know, that it's so much more common that it's the evil guy, that it's greed or whatever, and that it's never for the better of mankind.
I'm kind of
I'm
lost in the
just
track of this. I'm sort of lost in this discussion. I'm sort of lost the point of this discussion exactly.
I guess I'm trying to mediate or try to clarify what I think Doovid was getting at, and an example that I saw earlier, that there's this attitude in society that because you're rich that you don't, and like what you had just said about you don't want to worry about your bodyguards. Well, I mean, certainly there's a level of wealth between requiring personal bodyguards and, you know, being a wagey, so to speak, requiring a job that pays that you barely pay the bills every month or whatever.
It's just how you define duty, so that a person with more wealth has more vested in the maintenance of society, more to lose if society collapses. So if you're a homeowner,
Yeah,
it's harder to pick up. It's harder to pick up and leave if you're not a homeowner, and that weight and the understanding karma that you say when a person interprets events, that there's a classification of, there's a factual difference between the way poor and rich people interpret certain events. And I mean, you don't recognize that. Can you not think of like examples where poor and rich people would interpret things differently?
I like that idea of investment in society.
Even it's the maintenance of corruption. So it's like absolute or something, like these people are bad and the system needs to collapse, versus the wealth, and the system collapse, it likely cost me my wealth. So the maintenance of corrupt systems, and in essence, that's the scientific economic concept, is that the wealth necessitates it. It doesn't matter whose hands it's in. Anybody whose hands it's in will be forced by the nature of the possession to act in the way the custodian of the possession needs to, in order to maintain it. And if they don't, that their possession will deteriorate. So you could tell the difference between a person who has large amounts of possessions and a person who has meager amounts of possessions, because it karmatically affects them in the way that's not, insult. You could insult the person for being wealthy, like a sannyasi, a renunciate, that even the Kabbalists say that, like I was talking earlier, that austerity is the key to Kabbalah, that it's not necessarily like a good thing, that but it's a factual way. When you're giving a poor person's understanding of karma, it's not accurate. That there's a reason why a rich person interprets something differently than a poor person. And so if you're just giving your estimation of karma and it's lining up with the poor person's perspective of karma, then there's some greater bias there that's demonstrating. So that's largely usually what I'm pointing out with Jennifer is that, like, why are you constantly giving the poor person's perspective on karma?
Can you show me?
If I did, we'd suffocate. Halide only fills the vaults. They just have to get into either corridor, and there is a 10
there's
second.
some audio coming through.
10 seconds.
Well, sir, our clients use us because we have no priorities above their property.
Blimey.
Hold doors.
Did you hear that?
Oh, okay. I wasn't really paying attention.
Did you? What? No, Doovid though. Did you hear the movie?
No, I mean, you purposely played that?
Yeah, it was the scene I was talking about. They have no. We have no values other than the client's property.
I could make out a little of it, but like I'm not a big movie guy, so like I
It's
can't.
not about liking movies. It's about the attitude that was put on display there. That these rich people have these vaults, and they don't give a shit about anything other than and they were talking about how if there's a fire, it sucks all the air out of the room. And the guy asked, "Well, what about the staff?" And he says, we put nothing is above the customer's property. So,
Yeah, I hear the point. I mean, if that's your best, do you think that
I thought it was
movie
funny or
exemplifies it?
interesting, but I guess never mind.
I mean, we're cultural disconnect here. It's like you could have been playing like Chinese for like here. Like you tell me like no, like I mean, you heard the story and blah, 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 that perfectly exemplifies that point.
Okay, you really don't understand what I was saying?
No, I understand what your point, but I'm saying just the cultural disconnect that there's like you tell me because like whatever like cultural reference you're pointing me to is like it was just like bleh.
It doesn't. It's. I just found out about this.
If you told me the name of some rabbi or something like that, maybe I would have heard of it. But they're just saying there's a cultural disconnect. But like no, I mean okay, whatever.
No, I hadn't heard of this movie before today. It's just the fact that this is okay. This is a popular.
I haven't
movie.
watched a movie in like I've only watched like a handful of movies in the last like decade. Let alone like the mindset that
movie that everyone is raving about.
But I mean, yeah, I mean here it's just a cultural connect. It's like
Right,
sports or movie, but like I didn't gain much from your reference point there because sorry.
Yeah, it's not my show. It would require establishing more context.
Yeah, I mean, and I didn't have like interest. Like, no, like I don't want to hear more about this movie that you're trying to use to show your point. If you want to make more about your point, that's fine. But like you didn't like hook me on like finding and getting more interest in this movie.
Okay, I'm not even recommending the movie. I was just saying that I was trying to agree with you, but. Whatever. Jen, what do you have to say?
Maybe we can wrap up soon. We've been at it for 4.5 hours. So maybe I'm just a little bit tired.
Yeah, I thought.
Show. And looking forward to the show coming up with Root and Branch. And thanks for coming on the show. Mediocre white male. And
yeah, we'll be
always,
live tomorrow.
being here.
We'll be live tomorrow, so people want to ask questions, the YouTube chat, or I mean, really, people can even sign up and be on the Zoom call, and ask a live question. But I mean, it's probably not necessary. But I mean, if someone wants, the link is on the Root and Branch page, and we'll be live on YouTube. To mention Jennifer, I think that I would open, because we're talking, it's reincarnation, the hard problem of consciousness, where I'll open with a little bit like my internet research into like my debate with JF and on evolution and the approach to consciousness and the overlap.
Debate, or is that an older one?
Well, older. My first debate with him almost like 2.5 years ago. But I was saying that to how I met Jennifer, like that the relationship of the heart, because we're talking about the heart problem, reincarnation, and the heart problem of consciousness. That open up with an introduction to the heart problem of consciousness and what is consciousness, and like being a soul, something that survives death, hence reincarnation being a natural progression related to the heart problem of consciousness. And then I might mention, some like, promote my own stuff, like, the debate I have with JF a few years ago. And then, all those videos I did on my channel, but like, I won't take more than like a minute to do that.
Okay.
Awesome. Did you have any parting words, Mr. Mail, before we say goodnight?
No. I just I really only plan to come on for a second, but then as it goes, I end up
That's okay. We understand. It's a rare opportunity to have combos like this, so really do appreciate it and appreciate the audience for tuning in. Thanks again, guys, and for hanging out all the way to the end. We'll see you.
Another great show. It was our best.
Thank you. We'll see you.
Okay. Yeah. See you tomorrow.
As well as tomorrow for all of you who would like to join. I'll share the link again, and see you then. Bye for now.
All right. Bye-bye.
That's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?